Right, so this is IXION. I've had a lot of requests to stream this game, a hell of a lot, always coming in with roughly the same message of it's Frostpunk in space. Now I love Frostpunk, but I certainly do not love space as a setting. Regardless, I've had this game on my radar for a while. I even got a press access to it aeons ago, and I fiddled around with it a bit then, but it was way too early. I don't tend to enjoy early access on my games one way or another. But it's out now, and it's fully out, so I actually played this in my spare time, and I found the game immensely underwhelming. Didn't really like it at all, but I don't think people would let me, let go of it based on that. I'd still be asked. So we're going to stream it for a wee while. I'm probably going to moan about it a lot and talk about how much better Frostpunk is, but you never know. A second chance might make me come to appreciate the game. Yeah, anything's possible. Right, let's enjoy the opening.
Launch control, we have Tycoon clearance for shuttle launch. Initiate Stanford protocol.
Clean procedures, check. Guidance go.
EA algorithm online.
Batista safety protocol, check.
Launch control to EMB Charon. All systems are go.
Launch is imminent. Personnel are instructed to evacuate the launch pad. PVS Tycoon to EMV share. You have clearance for final approach. EMV share. You have been assigned to Tycoon Docking Bay. Welcome on board, passengers. Shuttle EMV Charon is now docked. Sector 1 empowered and pressurized. Munchie decontamination protocol online. Disembarkation authorized. Message to crew members. Welcome on board the Tycoon, property of Dolus Aerospace Engineering Corporation. You will soon be given your assignments, but until then, please continue to wait near the docking bay. We hope you have a productive voyage, and would like to thank you for your contribution towards humanity's future. Administrator, I am Eden, the personal assistant installed on board the Tycoon. In accordance with the Munchie Protocol, I have been designed to take into consideration your complete psychological profile so that I may more accurately respond to any needs you may have. My primary purpose is to ensure the Tycoon's automated systems function efficiently. I will keep track of the tasks that are necessary for you to fulfill your prerogative of reaching Proxima Centauri and carrying out field research, mining operations, manufacturing protocols, and Dolos colonization tests.
Administrator, I wanted to introduce you to your first tasks personally. I'm Dolos' cryonics lead, Marduk Council member Giovanni Battista. So, let's see. Your first objective will be to begin setting up essential infrastructure aboard the Tycoon, meeting the environmental conditions that are required to support your crew. Having laid these foundations, you will then oversee the installation of the Vol engine and perform a short test jump to Proxima Centauri. Upon arrival, your research teams will carry out a brief survey of local space, gather a few rock and coal dust samples, fire up the colonization protocol, begin building the foundations for mankind's future, yada yada yada. And then you'll come back. Now, in order to achieve this, you'll need to familiarize yourself with the Tycoon's core functions. It's no big deal. There's the production, stockpiling and distribution of resources, construction, balancing of power output with allocation. Oh, and space exploration, you know, setting out expeditions and all that. Basically, everything needed to establish scientific advancement and harmonious autonomy on board the Tycoon following the first test of its Vol engine. Eden's gonna display and keep track of your main objectives. Oh, and Administrator, don't let the position go to your head. Veneer has insisted to center Dolos' focus on the Tycoon, but this mission is just in preparation for our next project, the Protagoras. The Marduk Council worked damn hard to pull this mission together ahead of schedule. So, toe the line, do as you're told, and bring the Tycoon back in one piece. Leave the grand gestures and saving of mankind from ecosystemic destruction to us, okay? One last word of advice. We don't all think like Veneer Dolos. As of yet, no human law has been officially established amongst the stars. That sounds like an opportunity knocking to me.
Okay, right, introduction's over. We are presently in the prologue. I've already played this through this before, so it holds no surprises to me. But not too dissimilar to the startup of Frostpunk. We've got loads of resources scattered around, and we need to get the basics started up. And start up we shall. So I'm going to want a proper road going, and I'm going to want a workshop, which is necessary for all of the everything. I think the workshop allows you to put out wee builder bots like that. So maybe multi-workshops would help, but God knows. So we get that built up, and we need to have our stockpiles. Where in the world is the stockpile? Ah, that is stockpile. Don't know where my head is at sometimes. Right, fair enough. Down goes the stockpile, and down goes these resource amounts. Much of it is alloy. I believe that's alloy, right? Yeah. So grab the alloys, the alloys, the alloys. Over here we have not alloys, but we'll set up stockpile for them soon enough. This game doesn't look 30 years old. Who are you and what did you do with DDR Jake? I play games past, present, and future. Also, 30-year-old game. Actually, no, I've played a fair few of those on stream, which is fine.
I have established a connection with Dolos' lead data scientist, Emma Plain.
Administrator, Mr. Dolos has made it abundantly clear when it comes to security. Given the importance of the Tycoon, we must have full control over what is happening inside the station. My name is Emma Klein, Dolos' lead data scientist and member of the Marduk Council. My department have just completed final synchronization between Eden and our data treatment tool, the DLS. The DLS, or Data Listening System, is capable of scanning, recording, and parsing exchanges of any kind. The DLS programming that is a part of Eden will filter all data collected and bring to your attention only the most relevant information. It will also provide you with a condensed overview of any situations that may arise and formulate potential future outcomes. It will permit you to give direct orders without having to go through additional unnecessary paperwork. Eden will then take care of everything via their DLS accreditation. As is often the case with tools produced by my department, I think you'll find that once you start using the DLS, you'll never be able to do without it. Oh, and before I let you go ahead and start writing history, Dr. Munchie, our lead medical expert, wanted me to bring to your attention a possible side effect of vol jumping. Whilst there's a correlation between prolonged space travel and the development of early onset dementia, he believes that a vol jump has the potential to accelerate this process, although this is yet to be proven. His recommendation is for you to immediately send any crew members that are exhibiting uncharacteristic or symptomatic behavior to an infirmary, as these facilities are equipped to treat the mind as well as the body. Remember that all of your actions and choices are being reported by Eden. We are not affiliated with any national or even international organization. The only people that you are answerable to are those of us who sit on the Marduk Council, who represent the collective interests and ambitions of the company.
Administrator, a new request awaits your attention.
Okay, there we go. Less talking, more gameplay. So we have events, much like you'd get in Frostpunk here, where people want you to do stuff and you make pledges. So, unbelievably, these people demand food out of me, and sadly, food they're going to get. Can't get away with just starving our people. But easily sorted. We need a run up to here. I need to stockpile some food, but there is plenty of food over there. So. Maintenance. This game loves tabs in their tabs. So you get all these, and under these there's yet more tabs. It happens out here as well, where it's like, oh, well, we're not at that point anyway. Never mind that then. Right. Let's get ourselves some foodylicious set up over here. Alloys seem to be used for damn near everything. It's like iron in Factorio. Scorched 95 comes in, and all they say is hello. Well, welcome. Yeah, I think I've grown really unhappy with games that just keep talking to you. Maybe it's because I'm so disenfranchised by writing and media these days, but you know what Frostpunk didn't do? Talk to me. These seem like some pretty surface level sci-fi characters here. Morally ambiguous company, who would have thought? Right, get off of that for the moment. We need to feed these people. They need a mess hall, they're getting a mess hall. Stockpile food, feed the people, and what else needs to be done? Well, they would probably appreciate having somewhere to live, so I can give them that here as well. However, there's another kind of building along the side here. That's the docking bay. Docking bay is Xbox huge, so I need to keep that in mind when building out my roads. Buildings in general in this game are enormous. I'm not the world's biggest fan of that. An RPG talking to me is expected. Strategy games? Why? Even the best of StarCraft campaigns were not exactly movie material. I don't know. I played Wings of Liberty, and that was painful. That was omega painful. Lots of this crap getting in the way, but we'll have it dealt with soon enough. Jake, the talking is all front-loaded. After the tutorial, there's next to no time. I am aware. But that's still the experience that you first get when playing the game. So, two things. Why have it be so bad at the front? And secondly, why have the front not be indicative of the game itself? I don't know. But then, I'm out of the loop, aren't I? And impossible to please.
Administrator, I have an incoming transmission from Marduk Council member Henry Bargeville.
Bonjour, Administrator. What a wonderful day to embrace your fate, don't you think? I'm Henri Bargeville, writer, philosopher, lobbyist, but most of all member of the Marduk Council. I have taken the liberty of personally arranging an exchange out of courtesy with the Oceanabe, a ship in high orbit belonging to one of our commercial allies, the Ashtongites. Even though they are a small organization, the Ashtongites are important partners who share the same pragmatic, moralistic, and spiritual outlook as we do. The Oceanabe will provide us with a source of food whilst carrying out the Tycoon's initial testing. By making it the first exclusive trade partner of the Tycoon, we will demonstrate to our long-term allies that Dolos wishes for them to share in our successes. Please assign a cargo ship so that we can check the trade routines. Administrator, trust in genetic connectors. Self-similar space will reveal the pattern.
Even in space, we cannot escape the French. But he's saying that he wants us to start building up some ships here. Fine by me. We'll just make one of each, because I'm quite certain we're going to need one of each. Mining. It's Santa's sleigh. Okay, the cargo ship. And science ship. And they will gobble up the polymers that we've been grabbing off the land here. Is he telling me to trust in the French? Yes, Skalno, we'll get to that in a wee bit. Yeah, we certainly will. Yeah, I suppose it's obscured by chat, but I have a bunch of things that I need to do here. Whoop, look under there. Can't think of a better place for chat unless we shove you over here. Which might not be the worst idea, so let's go with that. Worst thing you're going to do is hide my free population. So again, with the events, they're lacking quarters. During human history, unnecessary homelessness has always been an indicator of civilizational decay. I know, San Francisco exists in this world as well. Right, so of course I'll promise them somewhere to live. Don't know where I'm going to shove their somewhere to live. Population, crew quarters, I don't think it fits particularly well over there. Maybe just shove it down here. 3 and 3 and 3 and that leaves one free. What's a man to do? There they go. One of these can hold 15 crew members, and I appear to have 83, so surely this will more than suffice. And I think we'll get more as time goes on anyway. When does the big ice cream storm come in? Don't make me yearn for Frostpunk any more than this game already does. Very similar notification here about the homelessness to Frostpunk. Someone earlier said that this game looks good, and I really have to disagree. Maybe it's because of the setting, but I feel like this is all the late 2000 games condensed into one with that gunmetal grey and dog dirt brown colour palette going on. But if there's one thing I've learnt from Alpha Gamo, it's that some people really like this kind of spacey setting. Do you have it on the lowest graphic? Yeah, they do look pretty crap there. Maybe I inadvertently set the graphics to... Oh, well, they're on staggeringly medium. Thank God motion blur is off. How awesome do they get? Try texture ultraing. Was this a mistake? IXION is not responding. Yeah, thank goodness motion blur was off by default, although maybe I just autopiloted into turning it off. Oh, there we go. There we go. Much better fidelity, but the style of it all does not click with me. Oh, depth of field is even worse. Why depth of field exists is beyond me. I mean, maybe there's a reason. Maybe it's even a good reason, but it's not one I want to acknowledge. Right, so one of our ships are made. Science ship is out there on the docking bay. We're still feeding people in the mess hall, and we have built up places for them to go. So we get fleet management. And your fleets are semi-autonomous, so the Santa Sleigh thing, I can tell them to go out and get particular goods that are out there. Now that, I think it was the French guy, he's on some kind of vessel that will trade with us, although I think he's just straight up giving us goodies. So go and get that food off of them. And on top of that, whenever I get my science vessel, and I don't know if I already have it. Oh, I do have it, it's standing by. Excellent. In that case, we can go out to planetary view, and I can very much see this appealing to some people. There are planets out there, and we can go and check them out with our science ship, the Oppenheimer. And I believe what we're currently meant to do is go and check out the moon. The base is out of commission, operational, used to restore power. Right, go and check that out then, shall you?
A science ship has arrived at
Oh, it's this game. Hasn't been compared to Frostpunk, just in space. Oh, hasn't this been compared to Frostpunk in space? I guess everything is compared to Frostpunk these days, though. I'm not so convinced. No active health buildings, no crew members are injured, people will die, blah blah blah. Well, sounds appealing, but maybe I should actually give them some kind of infirmary, just in case people end up getting banged up. So, where are we going to put you? Probably not a bit. Right next to the mess hall. So if the sick end up too sick, they can be repurposed quickly and easily. And on top of that, I believe we haven't built up a tech building. Do we have such a thing? We do, and it's enormous. Why is it so big? This tech lab is too big for Smash. This over a wee bit so I can shove the tech lab right there. Feels like I'm playing that new Jurassic World game with the buildings being this large. Looks like when positioning buildings where you are in relation to this to the stockpile, I suppose, is important. I thought that was coming out of the workshop, but perhaps the builder drone comes out of the workshop. They bring the goods over, and then out you come and build it. Now you're a weird little fellow, aren't you? Just doing a little dance. Well, he's having fun, so I won't get in his way. Meanwhile, more materials to collect. Gotta put them all to use. And we also have the outer view of the entire Tycoon, but not spelt like Tycoon, spelt like, oh, hold on. Spelt like that. Tango India, Quebec, Quebec, Uniform November. But we need the airlock before we can actually start doing anything outside. Fair enough. And fair enough, Santa Sleigh's already gotten all the goodies. So, events happen out here in space, good for us. So, what's going on here? For some reason, some kind of UN base on the moon is out of commission, so let's go and check some kind of vulnerability it has, which will take one cycle, and then we'll dismantle the base to grab all the goodies, or so I hope. Bane Williams says, if I had more time, I'd be playing it, but I can't. It's high on my list. You talking about this game? Who am I to deny Bane what he wants? Bane's a very special guy. In every sense of the word. Oh, Against the Storm, right. I'm interested, but it's early access, so I'm not interested. Anything else to concern ourselves with here? No, not really. We're just waiting on that moon thing to finish up.
A science ship team has completed a task.
That they have. Hacked the main computer, retrieved relevant
A new
research
request
papers.
awaits your attention.
So we'll tear that apart, and with that science that we found, we can actually get involved in the game's tech. So this, much like a Frostpunk workshop, allows us to invest time and I suppose energy and people, there's a lot of people thrown into this thing, in order to advance. This big ring thing, these are different tiers, so I imagine much like Frostpunk you need to get the ability one way or another to unlock other tiers. We're going to need food, and the dark future that awaits us is harvesting insects, so let's chow down. Do I even have enough research to do that? God knows. Crunchy food bars. Now I'm all for eating insects, but if I'm out in the arse of beyond in space, I'm gonna want a little bit more than a few crickets for din-dins. The thing that throws me off is B is the build menu in Frostpunk, but in this game it is C for Charlie. But can't hold that against the game. So, huzzah. Oh no, we're still dismantling the base for another little bit of a cycle. But there it
A
goes.
science ship team has completed a task.
Base is dismantled. Equipment was damaged. We get some usable resources. Huzzah. Now the usable resources are there, but we don't get access to them until someone goes and grabs them. And I forget if it's the science ship or the Santa sleigh who does that. It's probably the Santa sleigh. Because there we go, there's the 30 alloys that were available on the moon. The science ship will grab the science. And crew members are being overworked. These bloody complainers. Pragmatic, deploy additional crew members, reduce the number of working a few hours when humanity's future is at stake. Is Hadley a sacrifice? Nope. Let's get some additional people. And that Frenchman over at the Ur Shinobi will have those available for us, so we tell Santa Sleigh to go and grab them. Honestly, I don't know why I don't just tell Santa Sleigh to grab everything, but it's a prioritization mechanic here, so priority, high priority, etc. Fiddle around with whatever you need. You unlock the tiers by researching everything on the prior tier. It's a bit of a shame. One of the challenges I've had on Frostpunk is not being allowed to go up a tier until I research everything below it. I never did that challenge. I didn't think it would be that tough, but that's hard to say if I've never tried it. So we're grabbing all the science from the moon, investing it in insects. And this is all just very much streamlined prologue-y stuff. Soon, very soon, we will go further beyond. And we've got our insect farm available, but I have a hard time seeing an overview of the amount of people that I have to throw around. I mean, my population is 98, but how many are actively being worked right now? I don't know, but what I do know is that I'm going to need that airlock. Do I have access to it yet? Or is it something I need to research? Infirmary, mess hall, insects, gateway, airlock. Absolutely necessary. Otherwise I'm in trouble. Imperator Julius says I would have refunded already. That's a bit hasty.
Incoming transmission from Dolus's head of medicine, Dr. Abhinav Munshi.
Greetings, Administrator. I'm Dr. Abhinav Munshi, Dolo's expert in compartmentalism and medicine, and a member of the Marduk Council. I'm glad to finally meet you, even in this digital manner. Your psychological test results were quite impressive. My friend and colleague, Philip Stanford, couldn't be here today, so I will take the role of introducing you to the final stages of the Vol engine integration. Before we get into that, however, we would like you to complete the testing station's exploration and enhancement capabilities. You'll then be able to begin researching the EVA airlock and assess its compatibility with the Tycoon's core systems. I hope that the work of our team will ensure that you're equipped to deal with most situations you encounter up there. Before I leave you, Stanford would like me to remind you that space is a far less fanciful and forgiving environment than science fiction would have us believe. It would be wise to remember that.
A science ship has arrived at its destination.
Fantastical, you say? That must have passed me by. Signature trace EKB system detected from Saturn. Company has not deployed any missions. Signature will soon da 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 da. Let's go and investigate. See if we can't grab a bit more science while we're out here. And once we have it researched, which I think we already do, we're going to get that EVA airlock operational. And I made this not quite big enough, didn't I? God, the buildings are huge in this game. Build up the road, and then in comes the many, many alloys needed. I think one of the complaints about this game when it came out was that alloys are used for damn near everything, so people always felt kind of crushed on that. I don't know, I haven't played late into the game enough to know these kinds of things. Heavens knows I probably won't anyway. The tech lab, the best upgrades, gives many times more passive research. The tech lab, the best upgrade, many times more passive research. I mean, I know things can be further upgraded in the tech lab. Is there anything else I was looking to do here? Might as well figure out what's going on with the probe launcher. Yeah, so we don't have the wood economy in space, just the alloy economy. Do we use, in the real world, do we use wood much when it comes to spacefaring? Surely wood is good for everything. Prototype rocket sent by the UN, and we strip it down for 10 whole science. And is that all we get off the Saturn? What a letdown. In that case, go over to Mars, the red planet. What do they have to show for themselves? Although, curiously, I wonder if that stopped you harvesting the, maybe you need to be there to harvest that science. Ah, there we go. Right, so they need to hang around and collect it first. The more you know.
Insufficient levels of electricity generation. Sector 1's power demand has overloaded. Stanford routines recommend that you construct an external solar panel to boost overall electrical output.
Thanks for that. So now we can go out and do these solar panel sets. Looks kind of weird. Why are there two different sets of the solar panels here? But I do like the layered approach here. You've got your, dare we call it, city on the inside, and more structural things on the outside. In any case, slam on those solar panels. We did start that, right? Yeah, there we go. And that will be worked on once they have the polymers, I think it is, put over there. Way, I know my words. However, you're at a standstill whenever you're at this point. If you are overloaded, it's just blackout and nothing is working, which I always thought was kind of strange. In any case, something's got to go, and that something will probably be the mess hall, tech lab. Okay, turning these things on and off, again, much like Frostpunk. And I think, yeah, much like Frostpunk's temperature and heater overlay, we can do the same with power. Which is very nice quality of life, because I assure you in Frostpunk, going individually into your buildings and turning on and off the heaters is a bit of a pain. Makes me wish they had a similar thing for workers, but I don't think you're intended to be doing the kind of shenanigans that I do with workers in Frostpunk. The Santa sleigh has nothing to grab, and I've not been doing any mining, but maybe eventually. For now, though, I just want to hoover up all of the resources that we have here and build up that solar panel, which we can see is being built. That'll give us more power. In fact, I think that is the secret to grabbing power, although you can put internal batteries on as well. Yeah, Factorio brownout is cool. I just wish that nuclear energy didn't trivialize energy production as much as it does in Factorio. I mean, once you go nuclear, why go anything else? There we go. Science can come back online, and with that, could I build another one outside while we're at it? I absolutely can. Go and build up some more solar paneling. Assuming that I have polymers, which I don't, so maybe that's a mistake. Probably a mistake. Let's not worry about it. Finish implementing the Vol engine via the build panel in external view. There was a Vol thing to finish off. While we're at it, let's cancel that. Right, here we go. Vol engine. So this is important for doing the big jumps in the game, so I'm led to believe. And that just is going to gobble up the remaining alloys. Nothing else to be grabbed? Okay. Tell us about Mars, then. I mean, I already played that spacefaring game. What was it called again? What's that long play that wasn't that long and didn't honestly have that much playing in it? Right, the UN has established a facility on Mars. Crews are lacking materials. They've submitted an official request. Polymers... Oh, this is what it costs, I assume. Refuse to help the facility. Yeah, screw it, I'll help them out. I'm a nice guy, aren't I? So we actually order Santa Slay to go and bring them the materials to fix their Watsits. Pretty nice system map here. Are the planets all on this flat plane, though? I would have thought they'd be up and down a bit more, but again, I am not familiar with anything to do with space, really. It does not hold my interest.
Administrator, because of your continued successful management of the Typhoon, Dolos have authorized the dispatch of new crew members and food supplies. Please ensure that they have suitable accommodation once you reach Proxima Centauri. Administrator, a new request awaits your attention.
Bring remaining workers on board, so that's that Ur-Shinabi. And they got goodies for me. There you are, Ur-Shinabi. So, more food, more people, they're coming on board, and once Santa Slay is done helping out Mars, Santa Slay will go and grab that. Food supplies are dwindling. Some people are aware of this, they're worried that food will run out. Alright, so I will build them their stupid insect farms, and we have the power with which to do so, so we do so. Food, delicious insects, and... I suppose 1 and
a science ship team has completed a task.
2 and 3. Positioning is probably poor on them, but let's not sweat the small stuff. These people coming in need jobs after all, and I am, if nothing else, a job provider. I suspect these people are going to want a place to stay as well. Such large buildings. And with that, I've gobbled up all of the freestanding alloys. Oxygen supply system repaired. Relationship between Dalos and our competitors improved. I don't really know what that means. I haven't seen anything to indicate that there's a competitor relationship to keep in mind. But then it's probably this listening system policies thing, which is locked at the moment, thanks to still being in Prologueville. A job enforcer, you could say. You can forget social life for a while. This game is beyond awesome, says Ali1978GR. We're gonna have to disagree on that one, but give it a wee while. So ship's bringing in the extra people, but I've built up the places for them, and we've got the food going and the power going. Basically everything is going, and it's going rather well. Perhaps too well. Means we need more power, so get ourselves set 2. I do not know why this is split between set 1 and set 2, but whatever gets me more power. It's F1 to go to this view, F2 for this, and F3 for this. Keeps throwing me off because I keep hitting escape, wanting to go back to main view. I wonder what game is in my head making me think I want to do that. So we got the 100 people, and oh.
Administrator, the different phases of preparation, calibration, and verification were successfully completed. You must now start the Vol bonding procedure. Dolos protocols now deem you competent to gather resources, knowledge, and test colonization routines once you reach Proxima Centauri. Before you do so, Vanir Dolos, Marduk Council founder and Dolos CEO, wants to talk to you.
Hello, Administrator. I'm glad to see that you have managed to complete your assignments in preparation for this unique moment in history. You must understand that this is not simply another chapter in humanity's story. The book of our life on Earth is over, and we stand now at its epilogue. It saddens me to think that there are many who have yet to comprehend the reality of our situation. We've endured endless cycles of war, crisis, and famine. Still, the worst is yet to come. There are others like Dolos who have prepared for this outcome, but most of our kind remain sheltered from the horror of the predicament we find ourselves in. This pale ghost of civilization will wither and die, and with it, the tenets and values of the past. As we prepare to leave this system for the first time, perhaps we must decide which fragments we will pick up and take forward with us. Through Dolos, I am offering mankind an alternative means of survival. The Tycoon is a tablet upon which we will carve our new history. Do you recognize why I have done all of this? Having foreseen our fate, I became fixated on altering it. I set about fashioning the ropes and tying the knots that would bind together this magnificent ship. It is true that our time in this world is brief, but at least I can rest assured knowing that my legacy will endure for eons. Farewell, Administrator. For the few who stand in the light and the many who dwell in the dark, you carry the fate of us all.
Trying to think how best to voice my disgust at all that, but probably better I keep it to myself. Recht. We need to get out of orbit. No, rather into orbit of the moon. And how was that done again? If I recall well, from what I played yesterday, it's about moving Tycoon towards moon. Now this aspect is pretty cool. The idea of having your city, or your collection of cities, it gets to that point and moving around the whole area like this. A nice touch compared to, say, Frostpunk's solitary location sending out the expeditions. So all in all, I really rather like this element. I think before we do anything else, we need to have our ships back and docked with us. All seems rather well. We have food production, places for people to stay, not much in the way of resource generation, but that's okay. And I'm pretty sure you could just stay at this point in the game for quite a while and milk everything you can out, but no, we've got a job to do. That job is to go further beyond than any other person has, so let's get that Volus engine activated and go.
In accordance with Ralph Stanford procedures, all ships must return to the Tycoon before Volt jump initiation. Full engine ready.
The Earth, our home, she is unique. Held in its bosom are the ingredients of evolution. Beyond raw survival, beyond the safety of comfort, we, humanity, pursue something greater. We have learnt, persevered, shaped our knowledge from that which is found in the furthest realms of science. However, humanity has brought destruction to the Earth, polluted its blood, choked its breath. Today we are paying the price for this. We know the taste of a dying world. But the Earth is not to be our grave. A mother does not wish to see her children disappear with her. She wishes to see instead courage in her children, to carry on. Dolos carries this courage. We have gone further than any nation, moved faster than any corporation, hand in hand with those who, like us, carry that courage. The Tycoon Station is both an epilogue of these endeavors and a prologue to humanity's next steps. Our Council of Scientists leads the vanguard. They know, as do we all, that the survival of humanity now depends on what we glimpse out there in the dark. That we are masters of our own destiny. That we must go as a species bound together, pushing further into the unknown. We set sail on this new sea because there is hope to be found, horizons to explore, and because our very existence depends on it. I give you the stars. I give you the Vol engine.
Full jump complete. Running preliminary diagnostics. Several anomalies detected. Multiple digital security breaches found within full jump routines. Full engine critically damaged. Hull integrity compromised. Analysis confirms discrepancies between the mission clock and the apparent advanced state of the solar system. We are receiving no communication signals from Earth. Likelihood of ongoing survival stands at approximately 7.67%. Activating Marduk survival protocols. New mission objective established. Ensure humanity's survival by finding a habitable exoplanet. Urgent issues requiring immediate attention. Increase food production output. Restore hull integrity. Administrator, a new request awaits your attention.
Right, so I'm not entirely sure if we blew up the moon or something else entirely different happened, but point is things have gone badly. Hull is damaged, hull needs fixing, hull can be fixed out here.
Your leadership is falling.
People already don't trust me. I think this thing actively gets fixed, provided that there is materials being brought over to the airlock. So that's probably all the better reason that I should connect these up. There you go, although I may regret that at some point. And people have things to say to me. Well, let's hear it. You may have noticed that the moon is broken apart. The crew are aware of this. Oh, we can grind them up and make slabs for portals to hit onto. We need an official statement to make. A great deal of time has passed in the solar system. The moon's destruction is obviously a consequence of humanity's selfish and warlike instincts. I'm not that high and mighty. Despite our robust safety measures, a system failure at the exact moment of the jump caused the engine to drag part of the moon with it into a self-similar space. The failure has cost humanity dearly. Something must have happened during the test jump. Being such a high-profile event, perfect opportunity. Yeah, it was clearly someone else. Not my fault. Even so, they don't trust me. There's a lot of questions. Decrease in productivity, 22%. Things go unanswered, right? So let's go and figure out what's happening to Earth. Enough of this nonsense. Science ship. Go and look at Earth for us. No signals has been received from Earth. Oh, it doesn't look so good. The oceans have evaporated and the surface temperature has risen significantly since the Tycoon was last in orbit. Atmospheric readings indicate presence of...
has arrived at its destination.
Oh, it doesn't pause during these events. Cool. Then I need to go and check that out. Also, good point. I don't think I had auto repair turned on. There we go. Now it's actually activated. Right, so what's happening with Earth then? Also, how does an ocean evaporate? The moisture has to go somewhere, right? Would that happen if the atmosphere disappeared? Again, I don't know. This isn't my forte. It just seems a little implausible that the ocean can just evaporate like that. Water has to go somewhere. No signals have been received from Earth. Yes. So let's go and check out our own headquarters. You'd have to lose the atmosphere, yes. Oh, man, I know my stuff. Right. Everybody is starving in Sector 1. How? We have all this food here. God knows, maybe they'll go and feed themselves. After missing a meal, crew members will begin to starve. Well, go and eat, you idiots. Don't tell me maybe I somehow got rid of the road that leads towards this thing. Oh, it's got valid road. God knows. They can figure that out themselves. If they want to go and die, that's their own fault. So, I need to build myself a probe launcher, figure out what's happening to Earth, and keep the crew alright. Feed 1,000 crew members, and figure out what happened to the Urshanabi. Okay. Feeling a little dangerously railroaded already, which is not something I like in my city builders, or survival city builders. That's why I mostly play Frostpunk on free play. But, let's give it the benefit of the doubt. You're currently figuring out what's going on Earth. Oh yeah, that probe thing. Didn't I build a probe? Maybe I never researched probing. I need to pay attention to that. No, I got a probe launcher.
The ship team has completed a task.
Ah, but I need to build the probe launcher. So, again, it's ginormous. There you go, we'll get probing yet. If you jump during a meal cycle, the haul is off, they go into starving. But why, though? Right, so the converted oil rig, which Dolos used as state-of-the-art HQ, is gone. A few metal scraps remain, scattered across the expanse of dusty, cracked earth. No sign of survivors. In that case, let's go and find my own home. Actually, who cares about my home? Let's go and find ourselves some survivors. Surely the crew would not be happy if I spent cycles and Dolos resources on finding my own personal needs. Then again, maybe they expect it. How about our Santa sleigh? It's collecting any goodies that it finds out there. And the mining ship has nothing to really go mining, but I think if I probe I can find asteroids and the like to get me resources. I don't get why they're starving though, although I was just told. I don't accept that. Come on, go and figure out what's happening there. Get us some survivors. In fact, looking at this, something doesn't seem right, does it? For example, where are the other planets? Earth is still here, but where's the other ones? Let me think. My very easy method just speeds up naming planets, so I think we're short a fair few planets out there. After a long search, we found nothing but rubble, no signs of life, not even a corpse. The lunoclism seems to have caused a series of events that... What's with all this bold part? Feels like I'm reading an excerpt out of the Daily Mail. Thermo-industrial civilization of the Earth is a toxic, arid wasteland scoured by harsh winds, now more inhospitable than Mars. The only remnant we found was a fallen stele in Washington. So, not all bad then. I think we can get some info on it. Here we go. The mean surface temperature on Earth is 83 degrees, so I'm assuming the Brazilians are still able to survive. Otherwise, civilization as we know it's long gone. We can grab the goodies off of Earth, fine, go and harvest what's left of it. It's not that kind of thing, Testula, it's just, it's a little belittling when you read something and so much of it is bolded, as if to say you can't read it all, so here's the important info for you. But maybe that's just me, I'm not an avid reader. Late to stream, probably missed this, but I take it you're not much of a fan. If it's not abundantly clear already, I think this game has many shortcomings. But we press on regardless, right? It's not fair to dismiss something so quickly. We should give it a fair shout. Even if the Brazilians did survive, civilization would be gone. Right, the goodies are coming in to such a point where I'm filling up on alloys once again, so let's go and get ourselves a probe. Actually, probe doesn't cost alloys, it costs polymer. Even so, auto-build us up so we always have probes to send out, so we're going to need resources from out there. We don't really have much going for us right now. The insect farms cannot keep up with food demand, I think. Because for some reason there's, you gotta do a bit of thinking here. So the mess hall can service 500 people. One food feeds 10 people. 20 food is needed to feed everybody. But a meal is served every 5 cycles, and these things make 1 per cycle. So, okay. So what, we divide this by 5 to figure out how many food we need per cycle? So if I had 4, we'd have plenty to go on. Why did I even have to think all of that? You can hover food at the top to see production values. Aha. Station 25, sector 25. Enough food for 2 meals. 20 is consumed per meal. 3 units produced per cycle. We cover 75% of meal requirements. Oh, very good. Actually, this is some pretty nice information here at the top, rather than having to go diving into menus to find this. Very good. Huge crevasse cuts through the ground where your home once stood. There's no trace of civilization. Well, bye Scotland.
Administrator, a new request awaits your attention.
Troubling thing is, if I take my science ship away, we won't be harvesting that science anymore, so I think I have to wait until we grab all of that. Till then, though, it would help if I actually did some research. This stuff is locked for reasons I don't understand. Tier 2 is needed to unlock some of these. Some need Tier 3. Doesn't look like any of this sub-stuff can be researched. But what are we going to need? I don't know, the game will probably yell at me at some point for that. Well, we know we need iron deposits, and iron itself isn't useful, we need alloys, so I'm probably going to need myself a steel mill. So we'll go and research that. barely hit 20 Celsius and we all died, Jake. Recht. Expedition to Earth are being discussed among the crew. They're going a little portal-style crazy here. Symptoms of this trauma have been collated under the medical designation Dead Earth Sickness. Is that really a sickness? And safeguard humanity, find survivors, increase the station's population. We do not have enough time to go through the classic reproductive cycle of your species. We don't know that. What I'm unsure of is if we have enough people for a viable population. What's the minimum viable population? Like, you start out with a bundle of people in order to have a thriving civilization. It's not that high though, is it? Something like 20, 40? Don't know, I remember it coming up in Star Trek once. So people are locked away in these cryogenic pods or something, and we need to go and harvest them. So really it is a lot like Mass Effect. The 5,500 rule. I'm not familiar with that. 500 people seems like way too many. Surely just with some very eccentric breeding levels, I reckon 20 people could manage. A dyeable DNA pool. I think it's higher. 50 is necessary to combat inbreeding. 500 to reduce genetic drift. Is that so? Minimum population size of 50 necessary. Minimum 500 to... okay, same thing again. Dark, Young, and Bane both know their things. Well, good on them. We're doing our research. We've almost finished grabbing everything out of Earth. So what we also need to do is find out what's happening with the Ur-Shinobi. It's broken in two and not... okay, well, it went all dead space on us. Out you go, then. Yeah, so you're telling me you can't just get two strong-blooded individuals straight from Crusader Kings 3? Then I don't want to believe it. So this whole hull being ravaged thing doesn't seem like too much of an issue. It is being actively repaired. Although... that vol jump seems to be continually damaging it. That I'm not so sure. And it certainly is drinking up my alloys, so good thing we get plenty of those. We now have electronics coming in. Don't really know what to do with them, but we better find a place to store it. So up goes a stockpile. Stockpiles are probably best put next to this place here so that they can be very swiftly deposited. Haven't needed to think much about optimal placement of buildings, but we don't have access to most of the buildings, so it's hard to know. Maybe there's going to be buildings that put down area effects, maybe not. Either way though, I'm not getting much out of building. Everything looks the same as well. This kind of look is... nay for me. In a way it makes me really impressed with Frostpunk, how they managed to do so much with a colour scheme of white and light blue. Oh, that's right, I never got around to actually launching out my probe, so let's give that a go. So we have our probes, and we're going to need to go and find ourselves a whole bunch of iron deposits, apparently. If I recall well, you can look around and find it. So there's plenty of iron to be had in these asteroids. But what else do we have? What is C? Carbon, silicon, hydrogen, ice? What would that last one be? Crystals of stock? No, just point of interest. Objective related. I don't really know my materials very well, but we know we need iron, so go out there and find us some. And if I haven't already, well, we'll wait till that's done. I'm going to need to figure out how to resurrect people out of cryopods. What's the name of another game similar to this that had a remake recently? No clue.
Probe has completed its scan.
Games here, there, and everywhere are getting remakes. So I'm unsure if we need a science ship or our fleet to go out there and grab this. Oh no, of course it's the mining ship that we need. Where's mining ship? There we go. Go and mine us that iron, and then I will get smelting it into the resources. Huzzah. And cryogenics, please. What do you think of the music? Because I think it goes between quite good and god-awful in this. I want those electronics stored, but I'm also going to need a place to store the iron. Let's shove it over here, and we'll get the refinery. Which, of course, is bloody enormous. Ay, okay. Just slam it there then.
A new request awaits your attention.
The vaguely interstellar-inspired tracks aren't too bad. I like the tune we have here, but pretty much everything other than this has been a bit boggin to me. Mine the iron, build a steel mill, working on that. But now we can figure out what happened to the Ooby-Dooby. Right, whoever helps Dolos is an enemy of humanity has been dubbed in large letters on the wreck. Mummified bodies attached to his hull. Now that's pretty barbaric. Who could even do such a thing? In fact, does paint even stick in 0G? Wasn't that kind of a big problem? Well, what do I know? Right, let's just harvest what we can out of it. Sector 1 has almost reached its maximum structural load. More infrastructure is surely needed soon. New sector unlocked. Sectors programmed to automatically unlock after completion. Manual override lock algorithms. I shall do exactly that. For that we need to come over here and override the locks. Unfortunately we found electricity for it. And I think to get the goods over there we also need to bring the road over. I don't know if it's relevant to link it up to all these areas, but we'll link it up with those two. And you need to be told to grab that iron, or else it's just going to sit here if and when our mining fleet gets to bleeding work.
A science ship team has completed a task.
Are you actually going and mining that stuff? Yeah, you are, because you're semi-automated. If we check it here, yeah, you should be getting right on it. Although I don't see the iron coming in. The ship was full of food. Yoink. And then a Santa sleigh will go and harvest that food, especially if I tell it to. It already knows. Oh, it needs to actually go and get the mined materials. That I did not know. Anyway, they'll get on it. And we shall unlock our second area. Foolish me, I thought the miner would bring the goods back, but no, just drills it out and leaves it floating there in space. So the steel mill is operational, and as soon as we have any kind of iron, it's going to start pressing that into alloys. But the point of alloy is that you're adding more to the iron, but chemistry is not my forte. In fact, you could say all the sciences are not my forte. Now get to work.
Administrator, we are picking up a Dolos emergency frequency broadcasting from the facility Outer Hope. Dolos protocol dictates that in the event of a major systems failure, administrators must contact the nearest Dolos site immediately. Outer Hope Station is likely to have both the materials and expertise required to repair the damage that the Vol engine has sustained. An accident has occurred in the Tycoon.
Accident time, huh? So it seems that just periodically things will have accidents and then need to be repaired. I assume somebody got injured out of that as well. There we go. But we have an infirmary for that. I don't know why we suddenly have homeless people, though. Actually, I really don't know why we suddenly have homeless people. Ah, are you anything to do with that? A new sector has been unlocked. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And people trust me for it. Very good. Okay, now, here comes one of my larger issues with this game. An overview doesn't seem particularly possible, because you're always having to pan between different areas. And Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't like the mental break or the mental lapse between different sectors like this. I don't know if these end up connected properly with each other or not, but hey ho. I think this is a strength to some people, though. I recall some people, when talking about Frostpunk, saying they wish they could have more cities set up. Right, that's the workshop. We need that going. And we'll need to grab things stockpiled. Something that is rather nice is the setup for transferring goods between places. So you can say, oh, we want Sector 1 to maintain a level of, say, 150 alloys. And then we want Sector 2 to hold on to a full 100 of it. So 1 would send their excess over to 2, back and forthing. Note the sector label under the alerts. The homeless are in your new sector. Ah, good point. That means the accidents in Sector 1 and the homelessness in Sector 2. No health buildings, not my problem. We also need to go probing for that Dolos sector, but this thing needs to be repaired first. Explosion occurred. Click to enable workshop repair protocols.
Administrator, a new request awaits your attention.
Accident occurred, poor working conditions, power overloads, they cause accidents, taken into consideration larger buildings more likely to have more serious accidents. Keep it running optimally. Ah, I don't make promises. Yeah, promises, you're just gonna have them get broken, right? Part of the problem is I'm moving my alloys over here, which I probably shouldn't. I should be harvesting the alloys that are here. But that's all the more reason to have more stockpiles going on. There we go. Do I still have my probe? Because I want to get probing. We're meant to find the Outer Hope thing, right? This feels pretty Mass Effect. Oh, we got something going on out there. Go and figure it out. Also, Oppenheimer has not much going on right now. I'll just send it into the sun. Go and check that out. Go and look at it real close. And if you think it's dangerous, just go and land at nighttime. Many of the crew are malnourished. Productivity will soon drop. Starvation, increase, accelerate proliferation of deviant behavior. Alright. So that's easily enough done because I can just go to resource management and say, hey, in Sector 2, we should make sure that they always have... there's not that much food to go around. So here, have 20 food. And of course, make sure that they actually have somewhere to eat. Here's a mess hall. Have done. I wonder if there's any food here at all. Looks like it's almost all just alloys. They're still hungry, but they're likely going to wait until their next meal. An odd way to do feeding, but what do I know? Right, have we discovered that weird thing? Nope, we need to send a science ship over. Get away from the sun! This isn't I Am Weasel. Go and figure out what's happening in Outer Hope. I don't know if this game has cannibalism. I think somebody died in that accident. Don't know what can be done about accidents, though. It's kind of Factorio, isn't it? Although maybe it's more like Satisfactory. I haven't played that. Right, come on, get over to Outer Hope. Let's figure out what's been going on over there. Just wasteful not to recycle the bodies, see ya?
A science ship has arrived at its destination.
Dolos emergency signal, broadcasting coordinates. Outer Hope. Outer Hope is surrounded by wreckage, debris from a past battle. So what? Already space battles going on. Isn't this game set in 2049? I don't know if that's inspirational or terrifying. The emergency signal is transmitting from the inside. Well then. Yeah, actually, I'm a little curious to see what's happened there, although it takes a fair whack of time. There's a lot of waiting and going back to this, which I'm not the world's biggest fan of. Then again, there was you had to do that in Frostpunk as well. The game told you a long time passed since the failed jail. How long is a long time? Sometimes 2.5 hours feels like a long time. Curse these weasel words. Right, truthfully, that's the only thing I particularly care about right now, seeing what's happening in Outer Hope. Otherwise, things are just chabbing away here, although I'm aware that there's a lot of things that I'm not arsing around with. For example, I probably want... Hey, you know, we haven't buried those bodies, so let's go bury them. An hour and a half has felt like a long time. Yes, boomer. Alright, let's suss out what happened with Outer Hope then. Although we've almost mined that iron, we haven't found any of the cryonic pods. Right, what's your story?
A science ship team has completed a task.
Battle is made up of multiple engagements, debris, conflict consisting of wrecked shuttles, destroyed ships, insignia of the UN. Majority carried Dolos emblems, sophisticated weapons were also identified among the wreckage. BMS. What could it mean? The Oppenheimer's team was able to salvage resources. Alright, what's going on the inside then? Just get some radioactive material on Earth. Measure the damn half-life. Oh, but you see, Earth is too inhospitable. It's become full of nothing but Brazilians. We want nothing to do with that. Oh right, these people are still unhappy because I haven't bothered to give them any homes. Oh, don't worry, I'll help you out. Although too much more, we're going to run into a blackout again. How much does this thing take?
Has occurred in the typhoon.
One crew member died. Another place has been disabled. I think this is one of the things that was complained about when the game came out, is just that accidents happen all the bloody time, and it doesn't feel like you can do much against it. Now I've played enough to know if that's one way or the other. But I quite liked it in Frostpunk because illnesses would happen and you'd know exactly where they happened, because you make people pluck frozen coal out in -40.
Science ship team has completed a task.
Right, what's going on out there? Right, it's ruins.
A new request awaits your attention.
Embalmed bodies, remains. They do not direct this type of preservation. Emergency broadcast, clearing away several tons of debris. Station's mainframe, access, blocks, analyzed, Teekund lab. So we either dismantle the thing or just leave it be. I think leaving it be is a good idea for this whole game. I don't know about you, but I'm really bored by this, and I don't like using the B word for things. But this doesn't excite me in any way. I'm not particularly fond of the presentation, although the fidelity isn't bad, but I just think it looks so dull. Just shades of grey and brown to be looking at here. Managing multiple sectors. I don't care about space, so that's certainly not doing it any favours. But I just can't get excited about this. I'm being told, oh, it's Frostpunk in space. I'm like, well, I'd rather just play Frostpunk. And those are some good words, so why don't we just rather play some Frostpunk? Remind myself of good old times. So, get away from here. Well, one thing that does strike me in IXION is that I'm not really keen on all this story bollocks that it has going for it either. So what I wanted to do was give it a fair chance in free play mode. But it has no free play mode. There is no free play mode in IXION, so not interested. How about this though, if it ever decides to show up? Is it gonna show up? Hey, there we go. Now I haven't touched this game in a fair whack of time, and I better update the title. Does it not have any music going? Chings, I haven't touched this in too long. Let's see. Frostpunk, Frostpunk. Maybe I turned off the music. Yeah, there we go, it's muted. Frostpunk 2, time to learn more. Oh yeah, can we learn more? Okay, we've learnt more. That's hilarious because that is all we know about Frostpunk. It was announced like a year and a bit ago, and since then we've heard nothing. I'm not fond of this idea of announcing games with nothing else to show for a long time. Right, let's go and rinse the stain of IXION off. Good old-fashioned, we'll play Endurance. We'll play on... let's play a real standard game. The Crater is the definitive look for Frostpunk. Of course, I wouldn't be caught dead playing on this anything short of extreme. Random hazards on, settlements off, because my god, that was a bad expansion for the game. Now, there are bound to be people in chat who have played IXION and actually liked it, so please tell me what you like about it. Evidently, it's not for me. You're not going to change my mind, and I won't change yours. But man, that was an underwhelming game to experience. Now, I didn't experience much of it, but if it didn't leave me wanting for more, then that's a poor entry. The rarely seen viewer increasing strat. I don't think that's how it's going to play out here. I trust it updated in the title. Oh, now we're talking. Right. Cozy familiarity. Right, let's see if I can even remember how to play this game, because it's been a whack of time. Familiarity. Exactly, Resty. That hurts. Right, how do I play this game again? I always go with emergency shift because it's insanely powerful. The temperature starts at -30, which is horrifically bad. It's nice to use the first emergency shift on the workshop, which is a different strat that I moved to, but it would be a little unfamiliar for me now, so let's just work on the tried and true, which is 2 loads of wood, 1 bit of steel, and 1 bit of coal. This is good space for gathering posts, so is that. Actually, you're not. You kind of are. So I'm actually going to grab these 2. So this is going to make a lot of people sick. Too bad. Starting off at -30 is a huge downside in this game, but we'll live with it. So let's go and grab ourselves some wood, and some more wood, and that errant bit of steel out here. And that'll give us plenty of resources to start with. And anybody who's not doing any of that, we want them to build us up a workshop as soon as ASAP. There's something to be said for putting the workshop in the inner ring when you start with -30, because losing an engineer early on is pretty painful. But too bad, we will cope with the situation. Just going to line it up with this road here. Dismantle what you build without even starting it, you'll get 100% of the wood back. And that means 10 engineers are going to work on that. I'm going to shove the remaining 5 onto some errant pile of coal. That's going to be this coal. And off they go. Is this an IXION mod, Jake? You know, since I already knew that I didn't like IXION, my plan was just not to stream it, but I think Alpha Gamer was right. I'm pretty sure in literally every stream I've done since IXION came out, people have been coming to me talking about IXION, saying, are you going to play it? When are you going to play it? What do you think of IXION? Well, I don't like it, and that is that. It feels so much better saying wood need as opposed to alloys need. As a YouTube scrub, I was just revisiting your Frostpunk vids yesterday. It was destiny. This isn't going to be anything like any of those because, frankly, I have forgotten most of how to play Frostpunk. But with a bit of luck, we'll survive. And I'll let you guys choose the path we go down. I don't know if it's going to be Order or Faith, or where we go with our laws. We might try and make this a nice place for people to live. Actually, I always go child labor. Maybe we should not do that. But if I crash and burn, I'm going to feel real bad about it all. So, workshop is up. Research starts immediately. I normally go beacon ASAP. And I don't think this should be any different. Let's get that beacon going. If I was doing 24-hour shift on the workshop immediately, then I wouldn't do that. But I am, so too bad. And now we need medical facilities. I would like a few more people plucking coal, but we need medicine and places to live as soon as possible. Child labour is a staple. Yeah, but it's good to not get stuck in a rut. I always reckon child labour is the strongest choice to be made when it comes to Frostpunk, so it's nice to deviate from it. So, they finish one, and I'm going to want them to work on the other, because there is no way that we're going to survive with fewer than 2 medical posts early on. He says, having one with 0 medical posts before for the entire duration. And those crazy challenges, I don't even know how I'd tackle them these days. If I had to go back and do, say, oh, what's your problem? Working day and night, not my problem. Massive trap to say good idea on that. Because the emergency shift law is there for a reason. That would have cancelled all emergency shifts, but you would have still had the discontent that you get from starting it. So you do not want to do that. Now, we could wait for people to say, I want a roof over my head, or we could just get going with it. Actually, a little bit of a tough call. I am going to start with it, though. The more houses we get up, and the faster we get them up, the fewer sick we're going to have. And we're going to have a lot of sick. I bounced off of Frostpunk at first, says Hunter. Second time around, it's one of my favourite gaming experiences. Oh, to me, it's so good. So damn good. Now, we should have enough coal to at least get us through the first night. It's a little tempting to turn it on already just to try and reduce the amount of sick, because we're going to have a lot of sick. But we're also going to have homeless through the night, so I don't want to run any risk of that generator not running when we desperately need it running. And as soon as people start getting sick, or even before that, pretty much when it's midnight, I'm going to shove engineers to work in here. Alright. Change the work days over already for these people. In that case, get these up. Normally I wait for people to demand that I build homes for them. Yeah, no, IXION's not any good, Calmus Gamer. Not to me, at least. Maybe if you're interested in sci-fi, which I am not, then it would hold more appeal for you. Well, even just the setting, the gameplay doesn't strike well with me. And if I'm playing a city builder, it's very important for me to actually like what I'm building. Right, something else that I want, and I don't often do so early, but I really should given that it's minus 30, is set up these gathering posts. They really accelerate the speed at which you get goods, or just get good. And I'm gonna want you. Of course you're in a pretty inconvenient space there. It'd be great if you were in line with that. So I'm going to slam you there just to reduce the amount of distance this road has to go out to touch it. And I want this thing built through the night. It might even be more important than getting some extra bedding up, because it's going to be pretty toasty under the overdriven generator tonight. Beyond that, though, I am going to need probably another gathering post set up over here. It's getting expensive, though. I'm already out of wood. It's okay, though. It will actually hurt the wood income having people gather straight from the gathering post. It's faster, sure, but they spread their efforts among different goods. It'd be ultra convenient if you could tell them to go between different ones. As in, tell them to build... not build. Tell them to gather wood instead of coal. Be the big one for me. Not many people around to build these. And not a lot of hours left on the coal already. But that's okay, as long as it's going through the night. I have enough space to shove my cookhouse here, I might not. Sorry, things can be changed. And it's almost midnight, so I'm going to start shoving engineers into here. That's going to reduce the amount of building work which can be done, but some people can still get on it, especially when they finish with their other jobs. The steel gets plucked away pretty quickly. And it's law clock. Extended shift is very important. Especially on that research. Well, really for everything, so extended shift. Use it on everything. 14 hours, people barely have time to eat and sleep. I don't know what they're talking about. 14 hours affords you 10 whole hours of free time. If you sleep for 8 hours, that's a whole 2 hours of fun and games and eating and toileting and all that good stuff. How could they possibly be complaining is beyond me. Steel wreckage depleted, so hopefully they'll get to work on building up other things. Even if it eats into tomorrow's workday, I do really want these gathering posts built up. And we made it through the night, so bye-bye generator. We don't have the coal for it anyway. People will complain, but we have just barely enough medical posts to keep everybody functional. And would you look at that, it's built in time for the workday. The workday starts. No emergency shift on it, because if you emergency shift a building, someone will die unless it's the first emergency shift you ever put on, or for whatever reason you only use it for a few hours, which is a disastrous use of this is a disastrous use of my engineers, but I do want them working, but I also want them building. Difficult choice. But that's okay, this thing will soon be built, and even though I lose a few hours, I gain by having people immediately work at this faster rate. Now these guys work pretty fast at hauling that wood out, but these guys get a bunch of everything, including coal. And we will be needing coal where we go. Oh no, you are sometimes in contact with the developers for some games. Have you heard anything about Frostpunk 2? Or just the same as the rest of us, nothing. I did get in contact with the Frostpunk team, and they are continuing to work on the game. There's not much more to it than that, but it's coming along, and they are self-aware of how little information they've given regarding the game. Right, I've got a lot of free hands right now, and honestly, I think they should be plucking wood directly. Painful for them, but the need for wood is extremely dire. Everything early game is just wood, wood, wood. So focus on the wood whilst also getting additional wood and having people... generators off for good. And have people grab the coal and the steel. We'll be fine. People are starting to get hungry. Better keep that in mind. The beacon is up and operational. And we're going to run into food problems pretty immediately, so hunter gear is going up. And the beacon is going up. I'm just going to shove the beacon right, not adjacent to street. Well, it is very close. Shove it there anyway. And hopefully there is also space to put down the cookhouse here. Oh, that is savage. Close, but not close enough. I might put it there, though. It's not going to be eating heating zones anytime soon anyway. But we know we need it, and there's a lot of building to be done tonight. So I might even let people off a little early just to get everything built. You, and you ensures that there's enough places for everybody to stay in. And I've got enough wood left over to form a scouting team. People again complain about long work hours, and again I don't give a damn. Get to bleeding work. There's actually something to be said about these guys coming off their work and getting that built, because I'm actually in a good surplus of wood right now. So that's exactly what I'll do. We need a head start on the building. One of the unfortunate things about the latest expansion is that they they just use the expansion music all the time in the game. You don't get any of the old stuff. And come to think of it, it's awfully quiet, isn't it? Wow. Main volume is down quite heavily. The game's got a great soundtrack, but post-release of their last expansion, they just kind of ripped it all out and you only get the expansion music. The decision confuses and baffles me. Now, we won't use this just yet, but I'll probably have some kids cook up a... well, actually, nothing's saying we have to go with child labor. I think we're going to actually not do that for a change, because I always do it. It'll make the run harder, but I should be at least a little confident in my abilities here. More sick beds are needed. I promise those sick will be taken care of. And I'm not opening a medical post. And I am lighting up the night, because we deserve it. And I'm also shoving people out immediately. Familiarity. What was I thinking? Okay, I'm just going to shove them out. There are goodies to be had in there. There's infinite returns on investment from building up a beacon, so I highly recommend it. And let's overdrive through the night to keep things nice and toasty. Right, if we're not going to be putting the kids to work, let's put our food to work with some delicious sawdust soup? Yeah, sawdust soup. I love sawdust soup. It's the most efficient way to deal with your food. Some people say soup is better. Those people are just delusional. And I would know because that used to be me. I used to think soup was better. But the sheer returns on sawdust soup, and all you have to do is put up with a minute amount of sickness, and it doesn't cause discontent. Now, soup discontent can be offset by using the moonshine law, but that's a ways away. Given the choice, would you rather have to survive in a very hot or a freezing climate, says Borg. Freezing climate. I'm Northern European, I'm just more accustomed to the cold than the hot. No two ways around that. Right, so the building work is largely done. We have pretty much everything set up that we could need, although what I should certainly be setting up right now are hunter huts. In fact, I have dropped the ball on this one. I should have been setting these up immediately, but I did not. I don't have the wood to go and build a road out to that, but I will. I will. Temperature's going to go up real soon, so sickness will cease to be an issue after tonight. But tonight it will be an issue, a sizable issue, so let's hope we can get to work on that nicely. Actually, the lack of child labor is going to make hunting a big drain on our resources. If those resources are people, which they are. 15 sick, still waiting on the others to be dealt with. Overdrive goes off. Generator actually gets turned off because we don't need heating where we're going. And where we're going is only -20. Which isn't much colder than it is here right now, so come on, these softies. Imagine so many people getting sick just from one night of having to work like that. So, all is well, people are working hard, although I would say not hard enough. And I absolutely need to get these people fed, so let's get that sawdust soup cooked up a storm. Except there's only one guy cooking, everybody else is in treatment. That's quite funny. But I do really need that food, so I actually might just pluck away some of you guys to work here. There we go. Get the food done, or else people might end up eating raw food due to starvation. So we're going to take our 80 initial rations and turn them into 3 times 80. It's 240, by the way. And that'll keep our people going for about a week. Beyond that, I need to start hunting. God knows what people hunt in this frozen wasteland, but they'll figure it out. And there we go, that's more than sufficient food, so we do a bit of a switcheroo. Except some of these people have the audacity to think they're allowed to go and eat, so let's change their ideas on that. What's the scenario for play today? We're just doing a regular endless mode run to remind myself why Frostpunk is so good. And since I haven't played the game in forever, it's probably going to challenge me in new and interesting ways. God, they're just playing that DLC music. I'm sorely tempted to fire up my external music player, search my own music for Frostpunk. I'm pretty sure yeah, there we go. And then just randomize it and play it. And then we're just going to come and get rid of this. Audio, music, bye-bye. Right, food is all cooked up, research is done, so hunter gear and beacon is great. From here, there's a lot of good text to be had, but if you know me, you know I love those drawing boards for the wood drill. Even the... holy crap, it's going to drop to -50. That's a problem. That's a problem that requires heaters. I think we rolled the worst possible setup for temperature. -50 means that the medical post won't work even with the generator on. Without heaters, I'm just going to have a horrible time during that period. Horrible time, you say? Well, there's plenty of work to be done, so we're going heaters first. After heaters, it's going to be drawing boards and wood drill, because I love me the wood drill. Frostpunk 2 will crash on the high expectations of the first game. I have some concerns about Frostpunk 2. They may or may not be warranted, though. I think that track's a little too loud. Let's just drop you down a touch. Recht. It's hard to deny overcrowding, so radical treatment into overcrowding we go. Although, there is seriously something to be said for some purpose laws. Okay, let's just put a finger in the air here, chat. Are we going to go with faith, or are we going to go with order? Order is generally more productivity and able to crush discontent harder. And faith is... I think it's a bit heavier on the hope. Order, 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 order. Faith, 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 faith. Order, order, order. Faith, order, order. Order, order, faith, faith. My finger in the air tells me that there is more love for order than for faith. So we're going to go order. But we're not going to do it just yet. If it were faith, I would fast track faith. Since it's order, the sick are going to be harder to deal with. So let's go radical treatment. Hope they won't cut off my leg if I fall ill. About that. I really hope we get more people soon then. More people, more power. Why am I not putting people to work? I've had 10 people sitting around doing nothing. Well, not doing nothing. They are ill, aren't they? Even so, some of them can still go out and pluck some wood. Back from a meeting, you were saying you had issues with IXION. This looks pretty good right now. I just don't like IXION. I wouldn't go so far as to say it's a bad game, but it's certainly not the game for me. Right. I need as many people out hunting as I can. There's not going to be that many of them because most of them are sick. But that's just the problem that you have to deal with in this game. You just need bleeding everything. Also, it's cozy enough for me not to really feel any need to put the heating on. But I'm not a monster. And if you have spare overdrive that isn't cooking away, then you should really take care of that. There we go. Now they're all cozy. We shouldn't have that many sick this evening, because people were working in relatively cozy environments. And we almost have reached the first destination in the Frostlands. No challenge here, Zoof. I'm just playing it to rinse the taste of IXION out my mouth. Oh, right, Cribbins, I'm passing the night without working. Whenever you have free time, you should be getting your people building things. Although I suppose there isn't that much for them to build at this point. Supply depot a get. 50 wood is great. It's very tempting to bring it back home, but that's not how we're rolling. We really want to find survivors out there. We unlock the radio station, which has goods for sure, or the snow dune, which for sure has no goods. We're going to go no goods, in the hopes that there's either steam cores or survivors afterwards. Way back when I was into this game, I actually figured out preset ways that you can move on the exploration map to guarantee survivors or steam cores, but I've forgotten all of that, so it's not going to be of any help now. IXION feels too safe. People shouldn't be desperate for air or something. It feels very sterile compared to this, which is rich, given this game has, you know, white, blue, and orange as its color scheme. Alright, that was a lovely, warm evening, so off goes the generator. We're still in a bit of a sick deficit, but when we get this finished off, we'll be able to overcrowd and shove all these people into the overpacked and understaffed medical posts. Let's get to work. We cannot let up now. At least we're alive. Hurrah! You help the sick. The families are grateful. Hope goes up. Discontent goes down. And I just saw something I didn't like. Somebody got gravely ill. Francis Seville. At least it's just a worker scum. Hopefully we don't hack his legs off, but that was unfortunate. Now let's just go and shove the ill in for some overcrowding. Overcrowding is very powerful. Never leave home without it. Pack them together like sardines. The strong will survive. As long as I don't have too many... oh god, I got 2 terminally ill in here. Very bad. There's a good chance we're going to end up with an amputee. And the last thing you want early game is a hit to your workforce. Probably shouldn't need to ask you this, but you're playing on Extreme? Oh yeah, god. Wouldn't dream of playing this game not on Extreme. There's a reasonable chance I'm going to get my butt kicked during all this. Right, those heaters were necessary, because otherwise we will not survive the upcoming cold. Drawing boards are needed now. Livable, cold, chilly, very cold. Yeah, the heaters are even going to be necessary to run my industries in the -50 that's coming. But it shouldn't be too long until I get the wall drill operational, and that's going to solve all of our wood problems. And from there, we would like to work our way towards automation, but that's a big ask. I will want a gathering post set up for that coal, because otherwise we're going to run into some real issues with coal production. I'm definitely leaving my coal production sitting around not doing much for a while, but that's okay. I know what I'm doing. The core problem, no wood economy in IXION. Right on. Speaking of wood economy, I only have 40 spare wood to pluck and 46 on my person right now. It's going to cost wood to research the wall drill, and it's going to cost wood to build the wall drill, but once we have it, all wood problems should melt away.
Night is coming. Put down your tools.
Cheng's a lot of the hunters are in dire need of treatment. Hopefully food doesn't become too big an issue, but that's a severe lack of hunters. We are treating them. Don't get me wrong, we are treating people. But treating people in these really standard medical posts is slow. Most of these people won't even be ready for the start of work tomorrow. Sad and sordid, I know. There we go. We're going to have a lovely time with the overdrive on for a wee bit. Actually, no overdrive yet. We're going to really want that overdrive in the -50. I want to squeeze everything I can out of the overdrive then, because there's going to be a lot of people sick from that. IXION is easy, yet most of the negative reviews complain about being too hard. LOL, says Arthel. Just no pleasing people, is there? Okay, sweet. We'll have the gathering post operational. We're not going to use it anytime soon, but it's there if we need a turbo boost of coal. There's 1,000 coal here, and 462 there. I'm feeling that wood shortage, though. It's burning. At least we're doing good on steel. And almost nobody was sick through the night. Maybe nobody was sick, which is good news for us. And I really hope that these terminally ill people come out without amputations. Still have to wait a day for them, but that's painful stuff. Buried Hamlet is kind of good. There are people there. Hopefully they're not all already sick, but I don't think they ever are on the first 1 or 2 expeditions. Unfortunately, there's no steam cores to be had, and I really want more steam cores. Alright, anything to worry about? Well, the lack of food coming in is a worry, otherwise onwards and upwards. If we drop our sick below 10, I can pull out some engineers and have them help out in working. And if they're going to work on anything, I'd like more research done. Or maybe even some cooking. Actually, cooking is tempting. Since I'm not too keen on having so many people sick, I am going to turn on heaters. And I'm even going to give the workshop heaters, not something I would ever normally do. But since we only have 15 engineers, and they are necessary for both research and medical operations, we heat them all. The medical posts are within the glorious glow of the generator, so they'll be fine. Fun fact in this game, if you have people working medical facilities, they don't get sick. So if for whatever reason you absolutely must not have your engineers get sick, make them all work in medicine. Then I'd wonder why you specifically need them not to get sick, but that's your problem, not mine. Right, there we go. Now I can bring out these engineers and put them elsewhere. And I'm actually probably going to have them cook some food for me, because there's no way I can operate this cookhouse in -50. If we run out of food, that'll be disastrous. So end the breakdown of that, get you working there, get some extra heat going, and... So the engineers that I took out of the medical post there are actually so hungry, they don't want to cook food until they themselves have had a meal. Fortunately, the other engineers are already getting to work on getting me the wall drill. I only have 60 wood left, 20 to research it, 20 to build it. Worth it. God, I love the wood economy. Speaking of, where can we build such a thing? Where's the wall drill go? Hopefully somewhere that I don't need a lot of wood to reach. Ah, that's a little convenient. I can just branch off of this road and bring it over to the wall drill. One way or another, we will be able to afford it. And once it's operational, the wood problems, they go away. And after the 7th day, temperature is actually going to be a quite tolerable -30. It sucks to get the harsh temperatures earlier rather than later, because it puts a bigger pressure on you, more sick, you're unable to get the snowball rolling and amassing. But we make do with what we have. And what we have are people complaining. Look, it's been about 4 days, man. Get back to bloody work. Just fussy fusspots here. Right, the engineers are putting their degrees to good work and operating that cookhouse. Once they're done with that, I'll put them to even better work and have them pluck coal, probably, all things considered. Gonna need that coal. Why is IXION bad? Can it be fixed? It just doesn't interest me. I don't like the theme of it. I don't particularly like how the gameplay goes. And it feels quite insipid. And maybe I wouldn't feel that way if I was more interested in space and sci-fi, but to me, it just has no zing to it. This, right, if you strip away the biting pain of the cold, I don't really think there's that much to this game. But really, they do one thing here, and they do it very well. Feeling the pressure brought on by nature. Recht. I still need more things squeezed out, including the last of that wood. I'm going to take the in-treatment workers and dismiss them, and replace them with these very healthy Revengineers. Same story over here. Kick out Nora. Bring in Nameless Engineer. They're not nameless, they are Neville Levison. And that actually leaves me with spare engineer who has nothing to do. It's a little tempting to set up another workshop, but I'm so pressed on wood right now that I dare not do that. Unfortunately, the wall drill won't be operational until tomorrow, unless I start killing people with 24-hour shifts. Now, It's a very good idea to kill people with 24-hour shifts. The way it works is you kill someone with it, and then when you keep using it, people demand that you feed them for 24-hour shifts. And it's only something like 5 food to operate a 24-hour shift, and it's so worth it. And if you couple it with order, it's one of the strongest synergies in the game. Order crushes the discontent caused by 24-hour shifts. 24-hour shifts generate tons of resources, and you can also build the screaming post, or whatever it's called, the agitator I think, to further add to that production. Oh yeah, order and 24-hour shifts go together like mint and ice cream.
Night is coming. Put down your tools.
But if we only played with the most powerful broken mechanics in Frostpunk, then there wouldn't be much challenge to it, which is why we're also not doing child labor. So I will probably not get this run done deathless. But you never really know, do you? Right, what I do know is that I am going to need more food. We're just not generating it fast enough. So I'm probably going to pull out all these lovely healthy workers and shove them over here. There we go. And there's going to start being sick people now. So I absolutely want my engineers ready and willing to take care of them. A bothersome thing about this game that never got fixed is that hunter huts don't operate in storms, but their workers will still go and stand around and freeze to death inside them. And even some workers will freeze on their way towards them, even though hunter huts don't actually care about the temperature. An unfortunate thing in the game, and I don't know how to deal with it, other than heating them up, or just coping with the situation. It's law o'clock. We've already had overcrowding, sawdust soup. I definitely don't want child shelters. In fact, I would really love some child labor right about now, but I said early on we're not going to do that. So what in the world are we going to do? I think we should work our way towards the megaphone. So let's set up a neighborhood watch. I probably won't do the neighborhood watch, so I'm going to lose a lot of hope. But hope is not actually an issue early on, funnily enough. I made a big mistake. I should have gone for snow pit and harvesting organs. Oh well. Oh well. Hopefully the megaphone can help us out. Work is cannibalism in slow motion. Not gonna lie, watching Frostpunk right now for me is not much fun. After all, I got all that at work, minus cannibalism so far. Yeah, I get that. I, on the other hand, love this game. Some people not doing much. I figure, with lack of other things to do, I'm going to, well, for one, make sure this road actually lines up with the existing road, and bring this out over to here. As far as we can get, still costing 13 wood. There we go. That's going to be us completely ready for when the wall drill is operational. And that's going to take another, how long do you think? Yeah, probably like 8 hours. So the wall drill won't be operational until day 7, when it's going to get nice and toasty. That's a nice batch of survivors. We want them all. However, I would really like that abandoned sawmill. Even so, we're going to have a heart this run. We're going to bring them back and then take another direction. Survivors are good. Unfortunately, children survivors are very bad if you don't go child labor. It's just more mouths to feed and they don't actually help in any way. Quite dramatic music, isn't it? Also, those engineers need to be taking care of the sick. Where else did I leave an engineer? You feel really squeezed on labor if you play without child labor at the very start. I mean, Jings, if you take away... So you got a workforce of 65, except 10 need to be used on medical, there's no question about that, and 5 need to be used on research, no doubt about that. So 50 people, but 30 of them need to be spent on getting food, so you actually have 20 people. 20 people to keep your city running? It's not good. That's cooking, harvesting, building, scouting. Oh yeah, we also have people away doing scouting. Man, this game's good. Dun, 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 dun. Right, another day of work, God willing. This is going to be a bit harsh because the temperature is going to plunge to minus 50. We're not equipped to deal with minus 50 indefinitely, but with the combined power of heaters and overdrive, we can give it a run for its money. And I'm going to push that overdrive to the maximum today, which means the moment it hits 7 AM, overdrive goes on and it doesn't go off until the generator is about to pop. So that is right about now.
Brace yourselves. Cold is coming.
Man, the sound design in this game was spot on. You feel that biting cold. Oof, I'm feeling the lack of an engineer. Fortunately, thanks to extended shifts, they will be able to get the wall drill done, and then I need to start figuring out my technology to survive the first storm. Because as it stands, everybody's going to freeze to death when it hits minus 70 in a few days. Generator power is obvious, but you either need to add generator power 2, which is a lot of research here, or you start going bunkhouses, which is a huge expenditure to upgrade. And we also need to keep our medical facilities running, so that's this, or this. However you cut it, it's unpleasant. Rushing infirmary is sorely tempting. So I might actually go bunkhouse, medical post, drafting machines, infirmary. But I also need this, and oh my god, more scouts would help a lot. You want everything? And you can't have everything. I might actually go more scouts anyway. Wall drill, more scouts. And then with the engineers that I bring back, I'm going to shove more people into research, as many as I can. Yeah, that seems like a plausible idea, especially since we have 1, 2, 3 days at only minus 30. Which is to say it's only that cold, not only that warm. These 5 people are all in treatment, so I don't feel bad about not using them. Open the window for full immersion, Jake. I think it's snowing outside right now. It's a good several inches of snow out there as well. I wonder if I'll miss this when I live in not Northern Europe. Yeah, this is just a normal extreme playthrough here in Jiao, except we're doing some non-optimal paths like child shelters, order, not killing people. Good thing we got that extra food though. I noticed somebody popping up being starving there. Wood crates depleted, and much as it pains me, I think I should put these people to work. I have some people, 2 in fact, who are just resting with nothing better to do. Actually, what I'll do is I'll have them assemble the wall drill ASAP. So, wall drill is researched now. Get on more scouts, and more than anything, get me that wall drill. It is wall drill o'clock, as I like to say. There's no way I can have this thing operational today. It's going to have to work tomorrow. The game points out that we've used a very precious steam core. And also tonight, I would like to build more workshops, but I need wood. Unfortunately, I've gone and depleted all my wood. That's a problem. How do we solve this problem? Ah, you're coming back with wood, actually. 50 wood. A much needed injection of wood. And the people are being brought back in time to be useful. So the wee kids I can't do much with, but the workers, the engineers, they're going to need to build up shelter for themselves as well, which means I need a steam hub. Oh god, there's a lot of research I need. Some people are going to be very dying soon. But that's their problem, and decidedly not mine. I already have this road here, so I'll probably make this a living area. That way I can keep the cookhouse heated with a steam hub as needed. Alright, this will work out. I guarantee it. Skimping on the wood economy, quite the opposite, Darth Air. I have hoovered up every bit of wood on the map, and we are already building a wall drill on day 6. I've heard some people that love to do the sawmilling, and I do not know what planet they're on. I think sawmills are nay good. Can't believe you have some people in treatment here, right? I'm going to kick these treatment people out, shove in people that are healthy. Well, as many healthy people as I can. This evening's going to be rough on the labour force, though. It's going to be a lot of sickness. Probably even some engineers, which kind of blows because I need a whole lot of engineering done. But as long as the food flows. And hey, surprisingly, the generator's continuing to go. That's why I kept it at 0 overdrive going into today, so I could run it as long as possible. That's right, I'm actually thinking this stuff through. And even though it's minus 50 and 10 PM, we're sending out these sorry buggers to go and build for us. Why can't I click on any of them? That's we can count on Lorena Go, an engineer, and yet they go and build. Oh, that's because those guys are off doing hunting. You don't click on hunters. Didn't realize that was their exit point. I love that in Frostpunk people are working. The second they're set to business, it's time. They're not eating or resting. They will take a break to do that if you give them the opportunity to, which is why I don't give them the opportunity to. It's not perfect timing on these people coming back. If they were coming back about now, it would be ideal. We're going to lose a lot of the workday, but we'll still have enough workday to put these people to work. Keep saying the word work, it stops sounding like a word. Stress level critical on the Jenny. Don't you worry, everyone. It'll hold. It'll hold. The game is going to start yelling at me about it, but let's not worry about that. Let's worry about the fact that it is work time and some people aren't working. We've got 2 people here currently going to treatment. I'm going to kick them out and grab the one guy that isn't. And then it's at least going to work 90%. Everyone else is in treatment or going to. And I'm going to kick out one of these engineers, actually. And I'm going to have them work on science because we don't have a big sickness problem. So pretty soon I'll be able to turn this off. Only 11 sick on minus 50 is actually a great result. Jenny starts shooting flames out the side. The generator is struggling a bit. There are fires on the outside of the thing. But don't you worry, girly. We'll be okay. Turn off the overdrive. The generator stress level is critical. You have to turn it off. Now. Naruhodo. But don't worry. Just a little bit longer. There we go. The great thaw. The generator was needed on to keep my people alive and keep the medical posts functioning. Also, correct me if I'm incorrect, but didn't we only have 11 sick, not 20? I know why, though. It was the hunters coming back from their hunt, and they didn't feel very good. Unfortunately, I suppose, I need to focus on science big time, so they're just going to have to cope with the situation. Yeesh, feels a little trepidatious having the generator push that hard. So everybody's getting sick. When you're not sick, please go and see to that. In 5 hours we get a nice influx of... Holy crap, why am I not using the wall drill? It's built. It's built for this. Wall drill is now more important than any gathering operation you have. Get to work. It's also law o'clock. Corpse disposal is ideal. I would like foreman, and I can have foreman in very short amount of time if I just go towards it. So I'm going for foreman. It's a big increase in resource output. 40% when you need it. And sometimes you really need it. I think it's a waste of time, but it helps morale. I think morning gathering is pretty bad, but you need it for the foreman. And I need that foreman. Okay, 4 more hours until we... Hang on, did we get those more scouts? No, not yet. More scouts are going to eat up my 5 sick people if we get it anytime soon. And we will get it today, which is good. So we're going to send out more scouts. And that means we can either do abandoned sawmill or one of these other paths. I might even go radio station, snow-covered supplies, because there's a good chance there's a steam core out there. Abandoned sawmill is probably the end of this path, and I reckon it's just wood. Does anyone have the wiki page for the for what each of these places have? Because if abandoned sawmill has a steam core, I should definitely beeline that. Otherwise, I should check the other ones. I used to remember all these things, but now I don't. That's how memory works. Wood, 250. I sincerely doubt it holds 250 wood. Make sure to check the endless mode versions rather than the scenario versions, because the scenario places hold different goods. It's only -30, so I'm not going to build homes for these people just yet, but once they get in, I need these people getting to work on the smegging double. No flashcards for Frostpunk, no need. No need. It's only wood and endless, gotcha. Okay, thank God these people were not hungry or sick, but I'm pretty sure they never are on that setting. 2 days to get to the radio station. I forget when the first storm arrives. First storm comes in 6 days. There's a reasonable chance you can go and get something good and get back in time without dying. And then we're going to have our other scouts operational. Now, that's a lot of hands on Declan. So, that sick worker gets out of here. Healthy worker goes in. Other workers we have, well, there's no point in not having them work, so I want you here. I want you here. I want food being made. I just need to get everybody operating as fast as possible to start chugging out resources. And then once the work day is over, everybody's going to be building. It's going to be a big build night, which is exactly why the wall drill is being worked. And exactly why the wall drill should have only healthy people working in it. There we go, that's good. It's better than good, it's not half bad. Unfortunately, this is more mouths to feed, which necessitates more hunting. But we have enough of a surplus to actually feel pretty comfortable about food right now. That 50 raw food's going to be turned into another 150 rations, pretty much filling up our stockpiles. Alright, this isn't going too shabby, but that's largely because that influx of people. Unfortunately, I'm going to need to spend a lot on wood, a lot of wood on housing and such, and I still don't have steam hubs for them. When it hits -50, they're really going to hate their lack of steam hubs. And I hate to say it, but I might really have to research steam hubs just to keep them not dying on me. Or we research infirmary and just say to hell with the people they're going to be suffering. That might actually be an ideal situation given the amount of engineers I have. Because I have 25 engineers. I could have 20 of them work infirmaries and 5 of them work the workshop. And during the first storm we just say it's okay for people to freeze to death. Because I can't save everything and it's better to have functional medicine rather than anything else. So, medical post, drafting machine, infirmary. The infirmary alone won't be able to handle things though. Infirmary is heating level 2 and I need 5 heat levels in total. 3 with a heater, 4 with the generator, 5 with either improved heaters or generator improvement. And I'd probably rather get improved heaters than generator because I do not have good coal output right now. So although I said I have a heart for this run, it's not that big of a heart. We will be making people freeze half to death. Should probably start with medical post upgrade because it's immediately useful. And that's exactly what we'll do. Oh geez, they're not gonna like what I'm gonna do to them, these people. Oh well, that's how it goes sometimes. Specifically this time. I won't have any building jobs done until the evening, and I'll even run the overdrive in the evening. I know it's trying to burn off a bit, but you know. Oh, right, the more scouts. Word to the wise, if you're going to have scouts, make sure it's your sick people that go out on scouting. The sick can survive while scouting. They don't get any less sick, but they don't get any more sick. Maybe 5 civvies need to be available. Oh, right, I kicked out an engineer. Got any more sickos? Well, I am surprised at myself for having so few sick. Ah, that's because they were all hunting. Right, kick that hunter out then. And now we can do it. Okay, never do anything right, so we're doing the ruined warehouse. It also makes sense since we can get to it faster. We don't know what's beyond that, but might as well go with the ones that have guaranteed results. I'm a little antsy about my coal production, which is to say we barely produce any coal. Steel wreckage depleted, that's fine. People are sick, that's not fine, but that's okay. They're becoming scouts. The one thing I wish for in live is a Caesar game with Frostpunk UI. Ah, Caesar. You know what, the itch is there to go back to Caesar, but I need some maps. And the maps being made these days are largely just Augustus maps rather than anything else. Right, those engineers can go and pluck more coal. It's for the good of the colony. And that's pretty good. This gathering post can now be dismantled. It is surplus to requirements. And I have a lot of building to do tonight, which sadly includes more hunting. I hate the idea of spending all my resources on hunting food, but no food, no colony. So I'm going to need that there. They're going to build... that should be built later. Or should it be built now? The best thing I can have a lot of my people do right now is hunt anyway. The hunting isn't going to get more efficient for a while. And this coal is still going to be here. On the other hand, this is ideal coal plucking time because it's nice and warm. So actually, forget that. We'll make do with 30 of our 66 people doing that. And we will actually focus hard on coal plucking. But there's still building work to be done. So I'm probably going to fully dismantle this for a change. Dismantle that as well. I'm going to build up some housing area here.
Workday ends. It's off time.
It's really good having multiple scouts going this early though. The return on investment for scouting is infinite. And the stuff you get out there is just too good for words. A lot of sick, sadly. Well, they're going to be better in good time, to the point where I'm actually going to switch out some of the sick hunters with not sick people here. The result should be good, but I'm not going to do it until a wee while later. I'm going to do it at the end of the extended work hour, which is 20. It's been a while, Electricron, but what can I say? IXION did not impress, and Frostpunk is still there for me. So it's time for a big rearrangement of our workers. I'm just going to pull everybody out, and I'm going to pull the in-treatment out of the hunters. This is a real micro... what would be the word for this? Certainly drives up efficiency. Whenever you assign people to a task, it will pull out healthy people first. Optimization. Call it micro optimization. So, although I just pulled all the workers out, so they were all free in the labor pool, and it grabbed the healthy ones to put to work. The unhealthy ones were formerly hunters, but they need to rest up a while. But the thing about hunters is once they've done their hunt, they rest for like 6 or 8 hours afterwards, meaning you can't employ them elsewhere. Meaning you can't have people just work 24/7 for the hell of it. This way though, the sick who were hunting will be better and able to join the labour pool in the morning, and the people who were healthy were able to send them out on hunt, so it was a pretty good rotation. Now I've got 36 hands through the evening. They're going to disassemble that entirely. Why is this not being disassembled yet? Probably because of the workers I threw around there. Come on, there we go. I need that space. Now, this could get a little awkward. I'm a little tempted even to tear you down, given that you're getting in my way. But no, it really is getting in my way. So I can't even build out here properly. Ah, but I could build out there properly later. For now, I need 1, 2... People are going to hate me for not building these watchtowers. I might build those anyway just to stop people from getting on my case about it. Actually, that's an alright thing to do. I'll slam those down there just to stop people raising Cain over it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'm going to probably need a 5th. And these people will not know warmth in their lifetime. So there's your 5th. Get that built up. I do want another research station because, my goodness, that is falling behind big time. It doesn't particularly matter where it goes, but I don't want to put it here because I want the space for my infirmary. So I'm actually going to put you there and there. No, that doesn't seem right, does it? This isn't something I normally do. Not to mention I haven't touched this game in ages, but still. There you go. 2 research stations set up there. I may or may not destroy this one at some point. Having second thoughts already. That'll be okay. Right, so that'll be housing for people. I won't give them too warm a night just yet. Housing... Yeah, no, this should be okay. I will want this built as well. I don't know if there's enough people to get all this building work done, but they could try. I think this is the first time watching Jake stream Frostpunk. I remember with great clarity discovering you on YouTube with the first video being last autumn. Normal difficulty run, yeah. It was good to get to know that scenario in normal, but it was much more exciting on extreme. Ultimately though, this game really comes alive to me in the free play. Because in this kind of game, where you're building up and making your decisions, I don't like it being bastardized by the plot. Because more often than not, the plot does not resonate with me. And when this game was developed, it was not their intention to make an endless mode. They actually didn't want to do that. They wanted to just have their scenarios. And this is one of the things that makes me worry about Frostpunk 2. The developers, the 11-bit, I think they're on a bit of a high horse thinking that they are some kind of master storytellers. And maybe they are, but it doesn't resonate with me. The writing in particular, in Frostpunk, some of it is really grim, and the entire Over the Edge expansion, just crikey, it's like they grabbed some kind of, I don't know, like German 12-year-old to write the plot about that. Well, not so much the plot, but the writing overall, just, I think it's poor. But the game is often praised for its writing, so that's why I think I'm the one that's in the wrong here. Oh, I'm so cold and sad. No, it's not that. It's just the incredibly ham-fisted handling of mature topics. Man, I want that child labor so badly, but it's going to be foreman.
Hear me. New law in the city.
We're going to slap a foreman on the wall drill, and we are going to be drowning in wood. Which means I need to make sure that the wall drill is fully staffed with my most healthy people. Speaking of, we can keep our promise of having functional watchtowers, and although I'm not really going to betray the promise, I won't keep people working there. They're just paper mache models to make people stay in line, as well they should. Right, that's enough overdriving. It's still pretty chilly in these tents, so our need for medical is still there, but that's okay. We'll have infirmaries soon. 2 of them, no less, which is all the more reason I need more steam... What are they called again? Steam cores. Because with 2 infirmaries and 1 wall drill, I can't have anything else that is steam powered. Or steam core powered. Steam cores are just little magical boxes that pump out infinite energy. It's the best way to describe them. Maybe you just hate all writing. After all, you dislike reading. I just like reading bad things, or things I don't think are good. We still have some homeless, so I kind of want to... It's work time now for the extended shift, but a lot of people are still constructing things, putting me in a difficult situation. I absolutely must have people working this wall drill. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause all building works right now, because there's no point eating into this important work time. That includes the destruction of this, even though I get some resources back from that. And yeah, 10 people must work the wall drill, 100% efficient, long-term, heating on, and the most important thing is I'm going to yell at them. That 12 wood per hour is already great, because in 14 hours that's a lot of wood, but scream hard enough at people and they will generate more wood. Now that cost me some rations, but I am more than willing to pay that cost. On top of that, I would really like more workshop work done. And I'm even going to scream at these people to get this work done faster. I don't think that had much of an effect, but hopefully it had enough of an effect. Yeah, it seems to have done something. That still leaves me with 21 people, but 16 of them are sick. I'm going to have them work this gathering post, because... yeah, why am I doing that? There we go. The sooner they get rid of all that coal, the sooner I can demolish the gathering post and get its resources back. And then if anybody else is free, I need these tents built up for people to live in. I want this demolished for extra resources. I don't need the workshop done anytime soon. Same goes to this gathering post, so that can wait till the evening. There are people that are starving, but that's fine. We have plenty of food. Approximately 2 days worth, apparently. Need wood, build wall drill, precisely. I'm not sure if I ever did a run that didn't feature the wall drill prominently. I don't like using the sawmill. It can be used, but it's labor intensive with pretty low output. And the only real benefit to sawmill is that it's easier to research and doesn't cost a steam core. Other than that, you have to choose its position next to wood. The wood that it gets is limited. It uses more labor. It has half the production rate. It's the same temperature, but this can be upgraded to be warmer. But there's no point in upgrading the wall drill. The second tier of it isn't particularly impressive. And although the final tier is, it costs an increasing amount of steam cores. So yeah, I have opinions on wood in this game. Oh yeah, didn't I do a no steam core run? So we had to use medical posts, sawmills, no automatons, things like that. That sounds familiar. Sounds like something I would have done. I can't believe I have 25 kids running around doing absolutely sod all. It'd be great if all the kids got sick instead of the adults. Oh, it looks like the kids are the homeless, though. That's useful. If anybody deserves to be homeless, it's those kids. Whole generation isn't keeping up. But I'm not willing to yell at them. I'm willing to yell for infinite resources, but not finite resources. Especially since they've almost grabbed it all. Actually, once they're done with that, I'm going to want to transfer them over rather than have them work on building. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, done. And then just have them all work over here. Going to dismantle. What are they dismantling? Oh, this. There we go, get to work. Do I have many more fit workers? I got 3, 4, 5. I got a fair few of them. Alright, they're all good. That means I have spare people that can actually work. In that case, I do want that dismantled, and I want this built. If they ever get on with it. Right. Fortunately, I have the resources to do the infirmary. Unfortunately, drafting machines are a necessary prerequisite. That sheer amount of wood, it costs 75 to research that, and it'll cost another bundle to get the infirmary. That's why we love the wall drill. It's crashing down on those wood needs. Otherwise, I'd be disastrously trying to saw up all these frozen trees. And I'm under the impression that when trees freeze that badly, they're not very good for building with, but what do I know? Level 2 wall drill needs 2 cores, but it doesn't double the wood gathering. How is that fair? Well, level 2 coal mine gives something like triple the coal production for double the stuff. But I suppose the point is it's more condensed in terms of worker usage. So in a sense, if you consider a wall drill to be automated, then a level 2 wall drill costs 3 steam cores instead of 2, because 1 steam core goes on the automaton. But even so, it doesn't give 50% extra wood. I don't think it shows here until we have it researched, but this one delivers 120 wood. I think this one does like 150, maybe 170. When trees are extremely frozen, they splinter and are really only good for wood chips or toothpicks. Or perhaps for sawdust. Our people are eating sawdust. Ah, what a great game. Right, I always feel like I'm forgetting stuff, and that was it. Ruined warehouse with wood and raw food. Circle of stones. Oh, it doesn't get much better than that. Circle of stones has a lot of adults and engineers, and I want both of those. Would have been a better find than the other loads of kids that I have to feed right now, but it means we're going to have a lot of labor to work with going into the storm. Counter side to that is that's a lot of mouths to feed and a whole lot of sick to take care of. But an infirmary is very efficient at taking care of the sick. Tremendously, in fact. Which does mean that this extra workshop's going to work dividends for me. Did I mention how good the music is in this game? IXION's music. There was one track that I liked in it, other than that it was pretty pants. And don't get me started on those cutscenes. Ugh. Right, once the workday is properly up for people that are plucking coal. Oh god, you're not meant to be plucking coal here. I wanted you doing it here, but it's not built. This is better because that's more coal to get from. This one needs to run its small coal reserves out. And the wall drill is still working at immense efficiency. But once it no longer is, we're going to shove our extra workers over here. We actually have 3 and a bit spare workers, so I can max you out. 1 spare worker here. This is just people that are getting better thanks to treatment. Sadly, research has stopped. But at least they're getting on with the building and deconstructing. That's right, Nicholas. The song playing just then was The City Must Survive. A great song. Guard stations are amazing for crushing discontent, but I don't think that's going to be necessary. We should really go down corpse disposal and organ transplants because it speeds up. It doesn't speed up, but it improves the working of your infirmaries by 20%, which is huge. Too huge to pass up, so we're going for it. Cemetery and ceremonial funerals, they reduce the hope loss from death. But there's something incredibly unbalanced about this. So cemetery and funerals will make you fail less when you fail. But corpse disposal and organ transplants will make you stronger so you will fail less. Poor balancing in my opinion, but I will take advantage of it. We are slinging those dead bodies into the snow pit. Now maybe it's one of those things that's meant to make you feel bad, like, oh no, I couldn't possibly throw my loved ones into this snow pit. But that's where the writing just washes over me. Oil on water. I'm here to play a game. If I want to hear a story, I'll play one of those choose-your-own-adventure novels. There we go, max out the food while we can. Suddenly, the accent comes on for the mockery. Don't you know? Right, this should work out just fine. There's no need for overdriving. I really want that all the way down to 0 so that we can break it out when that minus 50 hits. And when that minus 50 hits, it's going to hit hard. The tents are all going to be cold, meaning sickness will be plentiful. And that really means that I need the infirmaries operational by day 11. And they are taking their sweet time to be operational. You said it yourself, the city must survive. The city will survive. And so far, it's deathless. I don't think it's going to remain deathless, but anything's possible. Now, this one's more important to run than that one. This is a great allocation of labor. Unfortunately for me, it's not going to hold because there's going to be a lot of sick tonight. However, all the building work is donezo. Amazingly enough, transplant organs works even with nobody dead. Now that's something that it should do. If organ transplanting cost dead bodies, then I would consider that a fair trade. Because since I don't intend on people dying, I wouldn't even bother with it. Or if I think they are going to die, then you have to make the decision between surviving through hope or using up this valuable resource. But what do I know about game development? Well, it's more like a system development than full game when you're talking like that. Right, I've wasted people's time by not having them build more houses. I need to not miss that next time, because we're going to have more bodies in here that need to be... Oh god, it's going to be really cold for these people. Oh geez, that's a problem. It's going to be cold, and then it's going to be very cold, and at very cold they start having real problems. And that's definitely where we need infirmaries operational. And I actually need to move some of these houses over. I might actually keep these 2 medical posts because there's a... well... yeah, there's a good chance that I need to focus almost my entire economy on life preservation when we have the infirmaries going. I don't know though. It's been a while since I've played. You know when you play a game often enough you get a feel for things. I don't have that feel right now. Going to the roll call. Well, there's work to be done. Now get on with the work. Excellente. However, how dare somebody be attending the roll call that I mandated by law? You need to be working harder. Also, we'll have them work warmer. But there we go, they are steaming ahead on this pretty high-tech tech. Well, you would be if you were on extended shift. There you go. What made you choose order over chill... oh, child miracle healing houses? I let chat choose, and it was fairly even, but with a slight... well, maybe more than slight. I think it was more like 60-40. But more people asked for order than for faith, so we went with that. Simple as. So all the sick are legitimately sick, which is fine. And we have an extra place for people to work when there's extra people to be working. But most importantly, that wood is coming out at an accelerated rate. And that wood is going to be invested in housing that's going to be freezing cold. So it's pretty irrelevant, actually. But people get annoyed when they don't have a place to live, so I better do something for them. Probably do something like that. This is good because it uses up that wood. We were kind of surplusing on wood. I will get the infirmary operational this evening. Infirmaries plural, I want 2 of them. However, I only need 1 until the big storm comes. Difficult choices. I think I will just have 1 actually, because it really eats up your engineering labor force. That's assuming that we have the infirmary ready. Will we? Healthcare insulation is extremely tempting. That way I don't need to add extra heat to the infirmary. Everyone else is going to freeze to death though. Thinking about it, this is going to go down by 4 levels. So livable, chilly, cold, very cold, freezing. But we can keep it very cold if I double up on the heaters. Unfortunately, I have no coal production at all. We only have about 1,400 coal total. And that's grim. Maybe 1,500. Current coal consumption is 172 per day. Yeah, actually, I'll just be incredibly miserly with the coal and have my people become horribly frozen. But I might keep workplaces livable. Well, not livable, but not freezing. It's an idea. I wish there was an Easter egg where the announcement would say, "Time to earn that sawdust bread." The game does have an Easter egg in it that went unbeknownst to many people for a long time. I did not find it. I'm running out of time to cook up my food, though. And I'm running out of food to cook. I need extra food in for the, should be making hay while the sun shines, so to speak, though. But I do want more food coming in. Right, steel and coal. Windswept snowfield is bad, because that's a day of travel for nothing. Hopefully past the windswept snowfield is a really close thing that has steam cores like Abandoned Automaton, Huge Crate, Whaler Hut. I forget other ones that have steam cores. But since we're going down the order route, steam cores are more important than normal. We need them. Well, we need a lot of things. Exemplary behavior! Inspiration in their work under the guidance of foremen. They decided to try organizing the workplace on their own. Spirit and motivation are exemplar. Plus 20% wood generation from the wall drill workers. It's as if they're telling me, please, we work hard. Don't turn off our heating. Well, it doesn't matter. The heating's going to turn itself off when the big freeze approaches, and it's approaching. It's law o'clock, and that is organ transplants. It's going to speed up people getting better immensely.
A new law has passed.
Going to build, going to treatment. What are you talking about? Get to bloody work. There we go. Generate that coal while we can. The coal stockpile needs our attention. Again, it's not worth yelling at these people because I use up my food rations to generate coal a bit faster from a finite source. If it were a coal mine, I'd have a different opinion. That opinion would be yell and scream until your lungs turn blue. So need to consider how we go about making room for this. I think we'll just have a big building sesh tonight. Better get it done before the temperature starts falling. But I want to tear these down and get myself some infirmaries built up. Which is why I'm focusing on building some houses right now, because I'm going to be tearing apart some houses. That is very good. That's a workforce of 32 and only 7 mouths to feed for it. Or 7 useless mouths at least. I could send them back and continue to explore, but I want these workers back as soon as possible. And unfortunately they're going to be back just in time for nightfall, so they're not going to be useful for the first night. But hey ho.
Workday ends. It's off time.
Is it now? Right, plenty of building to be done, everyone. Start by tearing you down, and you down. And I'm actually going to pause these houses because they're actually not necessary yet. It's more important to get the infirmary set up. Speaking of, we get the infirmary just in time. There were 9 minutes left of the day. So, what do? Improved heaters is tempting. But a nice thing is that healthcare insulation works without costing any fuel whatsoever. Hunting tactics is incredibly good, though. That's a lot more food that we can generate. Is food the problem, though? Well, yes and no. It will spare me a lot of labor to work on other things. But one of the problems is that I don't have a lot of other jobs for people to do. I don't have coal mining. All I have is coal plucking. Again, if I had child labor, I'd be on top of that, no problem. That saves me a lot of people. But it doesn't help me with the storm. Healthcare insulation will. It saves me heating my infirmaries for a bit longer as well. I like that. We'll go with it. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 levels heating for the infirmary. And they only need 5 levels of heating, so that's okay. With this, the storm will be survivable, although You won't be taking that approach if you're one of our workers. A lot of people are going to end up amputated from the cold. But that's a them problem, not a me problem. Right, I really need these people working on the building and deconstructing right now, which includes tearing down this medical post, but I'd like to leave that for last. No, it needs to be done now, unfortunately. And we're going to get rid of some of this road too. Clunk. So I just kicked out a lot of sick people, and I really need this deconstructed, folks. Come on. The closest people go and tear it apart. And hopefully people actually build this infirmary rather than going to sleep. There we go, 2 infirmaries. I'm going to pause this one because I don't need it yet, but that should suffice. And then hopefully other people will come and work on these buildings too. There we go. Ah, right, that wall drill won't work unless it's connected like so. Guys, seriously, you need to work on that infirmary or else sick people won't get any less sick. Plenty of sick people. Come on, get to work, folks. This is important. There we go, that's great. Wait, why am I short people to work there? Ah, because my engineers have of course been plucking coal. None of them are sick though, so there we go. Huzzah! Now, this is going to destroy my way through those sick people. Infirmaries are incredibly good. Hell, they're better than the faith hospitals in some ways, but worse than others. They're smaller, but they cost a steam core. They can't employ kids, but they also get hurt by steam core freezing. It's actually in some ways a difficult call. Worm's clearly loving the Frostpunk and sharing that love. Cheers, Worm. You can always count on Worm around here to know all your personal details. Right. Wood generation, although I am drowning in wood, remains a priority. So I'm going to shove everyone I can on it, especially since it's working at extra efficient rates. And how much spare housing do I have? That's right, this game has a lot of information that you can check, but I know the game well enough not to need it most of the time. We have 24 vacant beds, but we're bringing in 10, 20, 30, 40 people. So I need these 2 built. Fair enough. And I need food made. In fact, I needed food made today, and I didn't make it. And that's a problem. Actually, that's a big problem. However, infirmaries, interestingly enough, take up the same footprint as a cookhouse. So I can put a cookhouse there, and it will benefit from the heat of the generator. Now I'm chock full on wood. There is a sneaky wee thing you can do, which is to lay down the resources for a medical post and not build it, and that will bank some wood for you. And we will do just that. We pause the building so no one actually gets distracted into making it, though. 500 viewers. We're approaching EU 4 levels of viewership, says Kaladin. Scary proposition. That's okay, though. As long as it's nice and calm in the chat, there's no need to break out any Draken levels of fake outs. Tell you what, those people coming in could work on getting us some raw food. That way they could immediately get to work. To that effect, it's actually kind of tempting to have another hunter hut. Whilst that might feel excessive, I don't think it is. We will need it built pretty quickly, and we don't have people to work on it, but not my problem. And look at that, we were overburdened on sick, and now we are not. So here's somebody, Leslie Morris. Let's check out Leslie. There they are. They are trudging their way to the infirmary. They are sick. Now, Before, if someone was sick and went in for healing, it would take 24 hours for them to get better. Leslie enters here, is now in treatment, and if we check Leslie, they will be fine in 6 hours. That is the sheer power of the infirmary. Of course it has transplants, but it could be made even better with an agitator, and with children helping out. Long hours of get back to work. I've kind of missed yelling that at people here. But they really do need to get back to work. This is serious. Can't wait for Jake to introduce fake outs to Disgaea 5. Oh, steady now, Darth there. It was dangerous enough for me to keep bringing up Disgaea during the grindy game we were playing, Final Fantasy X. Grindy game. I love me some Disgaea. I would stream through the whole series, but I think it would be the death of the channel. Oh, the thought of it amuses me greatly. The truth is, Squeaky Fan, I just feel no drive to play Victoria. I've had a look at it and it kind of looks like a bit of a shell of a game. Like, I need to wait for it to actually have some more to it to actually want to dive in. Maybe I'm dead wrong, I haven't given it the time of day, but should I even's the question. Now, difficult questions. I would love to automate. Getting the factory is not an unreasonable thing to do, but that relies on me getting steam cores out in the open, and we don't know if there's a steam core beyond the windswept snowfield, and we don't know if we could make it in time if there even were, because the storm is arriving in 1, 2, 3 and a bit days. These guys have no upgrades to their speed, so it's going to take them... How long would it take you to get back? 1 day 11. So I have to hope that there's a steam core and close to you here, otherwise I might lose you. So do I risk it on that, or do I go with a sure thing? Honestly, I should go for a sure thing. And that sure thing should be coal thumping, because I have no coal generation right now. And that's bad. So what I think I'll focus is coal thumping, and then steam hub, and then power upgrade, and... Oh, I do love bunk. Oh god, I'm out of steel. If I don't get steelworks, then I'm going to face an early game death to lack of steel. That is serious. Crumbs, how could I forget the steel? Yeah, steelworks is necessary. Go for charcoal since you have so much food. Nope, never, ever, ever go charcoal. It's such a false economy. I swear if these people are all sick and hungry. Speaking of never ever, if you're asked to heat homes, never say yes. There's no winning that. Either you're going to expend resources for not much gain, or you just won't be able to do it because it gets too cold. For example, I couldn't do this. Start heating 13 cold homes within 24 hours and keep them heated for 2 days. That means bring them up to livable, I believe, and I just can't do that because it's only going to get colder. So, no, just bear the discontent. It's worth it. Alright, we brought all these people back, many of them homeless, but they're going to get to work for me. And they're going to begin building things up for me too, and would you believe it, we have so much wood now that we can bank even more. So much wood that one could reasonably argue against running the wall drill, but infinite resources are always good to run because finite resources will dry up. If I pulled them onto the finite resources would dry up quicker, and I'd still be with the same problem of where to put people, and they'd end up back in the wall drill. Since I have a bit of time, I'm actually going to go and get those snow-covered supplies. It's probably the most efficient way to use these guys for 2 days. Let me think. 1, 2, yeah, they'll get back in time. If I brought them in, I'd have to heal them. Ugh, just be no end to the problems. Coal pile depleted. Oh, excellent. Then I can wrap you up and pluck out more goods here. Yeesh, it is cold working conditions for people. And that is done, so I'm also going to create some more sawdust soup. A lot of building works for people to do, so hopefully they get on it. I certainly have the hands on Declan to take care of it. Where are they all? Did anybody see where all these immigrants appeared from? Maybe they've already made it to their jobs. Or maybe they're still spawning. Oh, maybe that's them. Going to eat. I do not believe I said you could go and eat. Screw it, this thing won't work anyway. I'll just turn it off for the time being. Make sure people get building instead of eating. The cookhouse is going to cook up everything it can, and then I'm going to replace it with an infirmary. How much steel does an infirmary cost? Thank God we just barely have enough steel to run that thing. Ooh. Frozen Hulk has steel. Research Outpost, I think, might have a steam core. But it would take a day and 9 to get there. A day and 9. They might not make it back alive. I'm pretty sure Frozen Hulk is just steel. We'll try our luck with Research Outpost. Does anybody know if it has a steam hub? If it doesn't, it's better to go to the Frozen Hulk, but I think it does. Not playing the main story campaign. A New Home is really easy, actually. But it's very well made, because it makes you think that it's really hard. You always feel on the edge when playing A New Home. But really, it's anything but. Outpost can be steel, or it can be steam core and coal. Or, huh? Yes, the scouts die if they get caught by the storm. And the storm will be approaching, and it's going to come closer and closer. And if they are next to it, they die. And they can outrun it if they have speed upgrades. Mine do not. Which is going to make me really wish I'd gotten their speed upgrade instead of steel right now. Unfortunately. Ooh. I need the steelworks, but I want those... Ah, jeez. We will trust that they will survive. Alright, it's a pretty cold night. Could people please get their tents operational? Starting tomorrow, people are going to start feeling the cold big time. It's going to be so cold that people are going to get gravely ill just by staying inside their tent. Because that, although it's hard to see, that tiny little barrel of flame they have in the middle of their tent is not sufficient heating. And for some reason the snow is not sufficient insulation. I miss igloos. I haven't seen one built in ages. Then again, I don't hang out in playgrounds, which is where I think I saw the most memorable one from when I was a wee kid. Igloos are cool. And I don't mean that in a jokey way. They are awesome. Right. What's a man to do now? I actually don't want any more purpose laws except guard station. And I don't want or need it anytime soon. I'd love to have child labor, though. Heat level 2 actually means that I can't run that child shelter. But screw it, we're going child shelters.
Hear me. New law in the city.
Sounds like he says in the sitting, which throws me. What are they going to do all day? Watch the snow fall? That's more fun than you might think, William Hatcliffe. I like watching the snowfall, almost as much as I like watching the rainfall. Oh, crumbs, I was meant to get people working here, and I forgot. But hey, they're gonna make it just in time. Off you go. I want that food, because I've got a lot of cooking to do. There's a small problem, which in a way is a big problem. I won't be able to store up enough food to survive this. So actually, I'm going to cook a batch, and I'm going to cook an emergency batch here. Which probably means tearing down some houses to build a cookhouse to get cooking. Or does it? Actually, I think I can... Yeah, during this day, I can just throw a cookhouse down over here and finish off the last of my rations. Cooking them up properly. Nice. Is this a utopia run? Why not make the kids worth their weight? I'm just throwing in some suboptimal options here. Because I'm pretty confident, even though I'm rusty as all hell in this game, if I went full child labour, miracle hands working in the hospitals run, I think I could make it easily. I want to give myself a bit of a push. Push, push, push. Look at that being so late, everyone else is already finished. So this is what I mean. The people living in these tents are now so cold that they will periodically get terminally ill. But terminal ain't what it used to be. Oh crap, I meant to be building this. Also, I have too much wood. Or I almost have too much wood. Child shelter costs a bit of steel. Where did I get 5 steel from? How long do I have to build that child shelter? 2 days, 19. 1, 2... Ooh, sweet. I can build it on this day and it will function. Actually, it would function anyway. I'm just going to shove it in the back and beyond. No one needs to know or care about this thing. But I do need this built to the point where I'm actually willing to pool something else for it. But what? Everyone's so busy. Coal is certainly a concern, but I need that food, so I'm actually going to pull you guys out. Well, maybe not that many of you. Just enough to get this thing built. Wait, dismantling? No, 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 no. Don't dismantle. Work it. Oh, what the hell I'm doing some days. So we're going to build up as much sawdust soup as we can. That'll take us until just before the storm. And then we're going to cook everything the day before the storm so we can survive it. Speaking of the storm, it must be a little pants-wettingly tense for these people who are just cusping at the edge of where the storm's going to hit before they have to hightail it back here. I, on the other hand, need to erect my steelworks. And although it's going to kill a few people, not kill, but maim horribly, I do need steel produced during the storm, and that's not going to be pleasant for those poor buggers. I also need coal. I focused heavily on the wood at the expense of many other things. But they knew that, didn't they? Just banking more wood here. Need steel, mine iron. Yeah, well, I need the research to do so, but we're working on that as quickly as we can. Poor engineers are feeling a bit chilly out there. Actually, maybe they should just suck it up like everybody else. I don't have that kind of coal to keep heating you, so too bad. I gotta keep my coal consumption way down. The infirmary's fine, even without its heaters on. It's just passively that warm. It would actually run if it wasn't next to the generator just fine. But during the big storm it needs to be next to that generator. No ifs, no ands, certainly no buts. Right, steelworks get. The real question. Do we get the steam steelworks immediately? The steam steelworks is almost twice as good as the regular steelworks. Alternatives include coal thumping, so I can finally have some coal income. Other alternatives include the steam hub, so that I can be ready to heat those poor frozen tents. But lighter scout sleds could make the difference between life and death for my scouts, so I'm thinking I'll get that. If it doesn't work, then that's a damn shame, but I'm hoping I can get it today. 10 hours? Ooh. I'm actually going to yell at these people to get it down to 9 hours. Then they should be able to get it done today. And I need it today if those scouts are going to have a leg to stand on. 24-hour shift could also save the day for them, but I don't want to do that. It's funny, isn't it? It looks like the button is glowing, but it's the wall drill underneath. If only you could make kids into scouts. Yeah, they'd be better for it, wouldn't they? Just give them a can of Buzz Cola, I'm sure they'd be raring to go. Oh right, we do have some sick people that aren't being treated. That's okay though, I'm just gonna absolutely carbo load on the rations. This is expected, people becoming ill. Gravely ill due to frostbite, keep happening. Well that's okay, just go into the People are getting a heat stroke inside that infirmary, it's so hot, and I could make it even hotter. But there is no reason to ever make your infirmaries or medical places hotter than chilly, as far as I've ever found. Alright, good job, Cookhouse. We will destroy you for now and erect an infirmary in your place, because it's going to get to the point where I really need infirmary number 2. It's like Wario says, next to me, you're all number 2. Oh, but I want my steelworks. I want everything. The infirmary is more swiftly necessary, but following that, I do need you. Ooh, this is quite conveniently next to my existing roads, so I'm going to erect you for now. I would like to erect 2 of them, but that might not be feasible. The coal situation is tremendously tense, though. Might look like we have a surplus, but we burn 170 a day, and there's only 580 sitting around to be plucked, and that usage is going to go up as the heating bill goes up. I mean, just turning those on severely hacks into that, but I do need these engineers alive to get that research done. $5 hours till they get it. I think they'll get it done. They'll work a little bit overtime to finish that research of that, I'm quite certain. Did they make any changes to the game since you last played? I don't think so. They added a monument, actually, the Builder's Monument. Here it is. 100 steel, 50 wood, and you can just build a monument to the people that built the generator. It does absolutely nothing, just like the rest of these public buildings. They're just there for people who want to build fancy-looking things. I think is a wasted effort, but that's just me. Let's get that child shelter built so people don't yell at me, and it also means that the kids can help out with either research or medical. Both are good. Research is stronger but doesn't last as long, because eventually you research everything and then, well, what's the point? Medical is always useful, but obviously doesn't help you research more strong techs. Right, what's the story out there? Kind of see that wall of ice approaching. That hits our scouts die. So we really need that speed up researched for them. Speaking of, how is it down south? Working on the snow-covered supplies. Goody goody. Time to rest? I don't think so. Yeesh, that's a lot of people terminally ill, and that's a lot of need for me to... Oof, I might actually pull back on the food at this point, because I need people to work jobs around here, and since more and more people are getting sick, yeah, I'm pulling you. And I'm pulling you to work here, to slaughter our way through the sick. There we go. Plucking coal is just barely tolerable in -50, and it's not going to work in -70. Hopefully these 2 infirmaries will be able to keep up with the mountain of sick and dying that we end up with, but there's a good chance it won't. There's a real argument to be made for stripping down one of these tents and replacing it with a medical post, because at least that's 10 more people that I can just shove away to not get sick. 41 engineers, huh? 10, 20, 35. 6 not working. How much in the way of free housing? 5 free beds. Well then. Good tunes there. Hang on. They haven't finished their scouty sleds. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, they did not get that finished. Dare I order a 24-hour shift just to get that finished? He who dares wins. Also, chat, what do you think? Do you want kids carrying around pails of blood? God, he has seen some stuff. Or do you want them offering hammers to a guy who clearly needs a wrench? You very seldom see this graphic on my channel because I do not do child shelters. Right, hammer, medical, engineer, blood, blood, hammers. Blood, hammers, blood, hammers. It's looking pretty 50-50 here. Mallet, blood, 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 coal, hammer, oh man. Don't know what to go by. Alright, you know what? It was Kaiji Mum's first time talking here, and they call for blood. And just like that, we're gonna go for blood.
Listen, everyone.
So that will occasionally make your infirmaries better at treating people, although I don't actually know the full mechanics of it, because I don't play around with that often enough. Right, I am gonna hope that we get this... Wait, why is it not even running proper? I am hoping that we get this researched, and then I'm going to tear down this workshop immediately because I do not want to face deaths from 24-hour shift. I'd rather have this be a relatively deathless run. But we need them to get this done. It won't even take an hour, but people can die very quickly when forced to run 24-hour shifts. 1% more needed, and... there we go. Tear it down and make them never believe I ever ordered a 24-hour shift. This guy is now going to speed up enough that if he gets there in time, he should be able to retreat to cozy familiarity before the ice wall envelops him. And if he brings multiple steam cores with him, that's a huge boost in power. It cost us a research, though. We could have spent our time researching, well, letting our people not die to coal, but... cold. Coal thumping is incredibly tempting because I have no source of coal right now. But Steamy Steelworks is so good. Also costs steel, which I don't have, but... well, no steel, no progress. Ah, but we're about to bring back 48 steel, taking us to 50. 50 is usable. But without steel, we can't do any more techs. Well, we can do Steam Hub. It's not a huge deal. You know what? No coal, no life. I'm gonna get that coal thumper. Death means more food. We don't have cannibalism, and it's unlikely that we're gonna get cannibalism. It's very difficult to unlock. For some reason, people are not as thrilled as I am at the prospect of eating their neighbors. So many sick. But we're taking good care of them. Very good care. There's about to be a lot more sick, though. I'm going to jam on the overdrive for the evening. Haven't seen the overdrive in a while, and we would have had fewer sick if I'd remembered to activate it. And I'm going to triage my workforce. I can't really let up on coal generation, but at the same point I can. We don't consume much of it. So getting to work on producing some steel is a high priority. Yo Jake, the itch for Frostpunk came back. Oh, there was no escaping it. Not with IXION around. IXION was pretty uninspiring. We actually have time to check out the Barren Hollow. However, we wouldn't have time to do anything beyond that. So much as it pains me, we're going to bring these 5 people back home. And if my medical situation is not under grave threat, I might consider bringing them back as non-scouts and having them help out in the workforce. But I might keep them as scouts, because again, that means I don't need to worry about them being sick or hungry or dying on me. And I can immediately redeploy them when it's when the storm recedes, as opposed to having to worry about anything else, really. Yeesh, yeah, look at all these terminally ill people. A very not fun thing about the game is that people can die on their way to treatment if they're terminally ill. And that's why it's a pretty good idea to keep your infirmaries centrally located. Or, of course, not have a situation where people can get terminally ill, but that means keeping everywhere above very cold. Workplaces, living places, and all the other ones. Okay, he made it! And there are steam cores, but look at the... oh, look at that wall of ice. It just crests this hill and it'll kill him. So, go and get them. People who worked here were explorers. They paved the way for the rest of us. They must have left in a hurry. 2 steam cores. Paltry, but gets you back in time. And those 2 steam cores are going to be vital. I'm going to build 1 factory, 1 automaton, then dismantle something made with a steam core and make a second automaton, dismantle the factory, and rebuild. And that way I will be able to automate steel production and either coal or wood production. And that is the point where I know the advantage is mine. Automation is a huge first step. Well, first step. It's a huge step in Frostpunk, and I love that it's there. You know, when you reach a certain size of power in a city builder or survivor city builder, going around and clicking everything is just it's tedium. But in this game, there's a mid-level technology that allows you to just go slam, automated, not my problem, and then you make macro decisions around it. Do you upgrade what they're working on there? Do you upgrade the functionality of your automatons? You shift the automaton onto something else, rather than scuttering around with individuals. Individuals is great fun when you have under 200 people. When you have 600, it's just bleh. Another amount of brilliance in Frostpunk's development. It's almost a new workday. How many of these people are workable? Not many. That is Grimbo. Steel is not something that I can... I can't say no to steel, basically. Also, let's get those kids actually warm. This costs me, and I don't like that, but so be it. Damn, they're going to the roll call. No one said you could do the roll call. Get to bloody work. Maybe they go to roll call if they don't already have a workplace to go to. So the people aren't very happy with my pragmatic rule here. They think they're overworked, underfed, I don't heat their homes, which is all very true. But they're just going to have to cope with the situation. And there will be a lot of coping. Just not right now, because I'm turning off the heating. Well, I'm turning off the overheating. I need to save that for a more necessary moment. Oh crap, going to rest after the hunt? I didn't say you could rest. It's quite unfortunate. I need to get as many of these people in as I can. Seems to be 3 of those and not many workers. A lot of sick and resting. If only those kids would get to work. You guys are going as well. It's more important to work this thing. And then anyone left over could eventually find work. Wait, what? They won't? Yeah, there we go. Storm is on the move. Get back home right now. Also, Hope is about to come crashing down, but they've already given me an ultimatum. So it's a whole lot of not my problem. Tons of sick people, and a lot of them pretty horribly sick, but they'll get better soon. Overworked and underfed? Sounds like California. I was watching a video about a guy who turned his van into like a miniature camper van so that he could have a place to live that doesn't cost him an arm and a leg in California. And he was going through it, and I find it very interesting. I like these kind of tightly packed operations. But one of the things was like, there was a fault in my wastewater and it just keeps dripping out. But this actually ended up being good because it means I passively get rid of it. And my first thought was, wow, you'll definitely blend in California. You just wander around dripping waste everywhere. And I laughed to myself about it and contemplated leaving it as a comment, but I did not because I couldn't think of a good way to phrase it. Man, this is some pitiful extraction of steel. Any word from 8-Bit Studio about Frostpunk 2? Well, first of all, they're 11-bit, and secondly, it's still in development, and apparently things are going well, it's just taking a while. That's what I heard from the team when I contacted them, and I did contact them, because I'm obviously keen on the game myself. All this resting after the hunt's a bit of a pain. It must have been these guys who took forever coming back from one of their hunts. Still though, as long as we can take care of the ungrateful dead, we're fine. But if it's this bad at minus 50, I think it's only going to get a lot worse. To the point where I'm going to actually tear down one of these and I'm going to build another medical post just so I have the ability to take care of 10 more people. An infirmary is very good. An infirmary can take care of a lot more. Nice extra food. A lot more than the 20 people you can shove into it. Realistically, it can take care of 40 to even 60 people. Maybe 50. Anyway, they're powerful, and I like them. Kids are helping in medical facilities. There we go. Look at that. For a small cost of keeping the child shelter operational, these kids are giving a huge boost to the ability to heal people. But they don't do it 24 hours a day. They just do it during working, waking hours. Which ain't so great, but we have to make do with it. Going to build. Wow, I've got engineers working on building. Do you think you could work on extracting steel instead? Oh, they really can. Sweet, now that's good. I just wanted to thank you. Back in London, it was only the wealthy that didn't have to send their kids to work. In this new world you're creating, we can see things will be different. Yeah. If only having 3 limbs is different for you. Couldn't help but notice that people don't trust me very much. However, we're taking care of the sick, which is excellent. And this is even after people have come back from their hunting. Yeah, shout out to mums. I really think I'm going to need the extra hands on deck, so I'm sorely tempted to bring these guys out of scout ship, but no. Looking forward to those steam cores, though. Although, the Viz comic, which I rather like, has a... I'm not sure what you call an individual comic in a greater collection of comics, but there is a comic. And I think it's called Scum, Mothers, and Who'd Have Them. Now, the Viz is filth, and it's optimum British comedy. It's a great comic. Scum, Mothers, and Who'd Have Them. Right, we need to think about the future here, and the future is probably Steam Hub, but my god, do I want Steamy Steelworks. So much so that I'm going to have Steamy Steelworks. We can fix our coal problem by throwing labour at it. And it only costs wood and a minute amount of steel to get a coal industry operational. The thing is, it costs a lot of people. One coal thumper will need 30 people, 10 to thump, 20 to gather. But an ideal setup is 2 of them, so that's 20 coal, 40 on collection, 60 people. That's a lot of my people. We'd consider it though, because wood is no longer a problem. We have a lot of wood backed up. All in all, things are going all right. Let's not count our eggs just yet.
Gather your tools. The shift is ending.
End of shift, end of bonus from kids helping out. However, we have managed to work our way through the excessive amounts of sick. Everybody should be fine come evening, and tomorrow... Oh, that's right, let's get building in preparation for tomorrow. In fact... Since we have free time, and a lot of people aren't doing anything better with their time, we should work on setting up that thumping post. Now that thumping post is going to go here. And what's pretty nice is that we can already set it up. Now if I'm going to... Crikey, I don't like this bit of road stretching out here. Gonna get rid of all of it so I get a bit of a discount on it. There might be a day where I want to extend out the heat zone here, but I also might not. Depends if we get clogged tubes or not. Even so, I'm gonna stretch this out by 1 so that you go there and there, and then coal thumping. Again, it only costs wood, so who gives a monkey? And there and there. Now that's a pretty good setup, and it expands nicely when you go for steel coal thumping. And it only costs wood and a minute amount of steel to build all this, which is great. We'll have it ready if things get really disastrous when it comes to the coal situation. Hey, we got you built, which means I'm tearing down this tent and replacing it with a medical post. An actual medical post, not one of these fake ones that we just claim will work eventually. These 2 coal thumpers will generate over 800 coal a day, but that's assuming everything is working, and there's nothing saying we're going to get everything working in time. Also, it is very cold and it's going to be freezing when that temperature drop hits. Yeah, that's not great. But hey, these people need to get to work. Oh, right, I need them to like me a bit. But I'm pretty sure they'll be happy once a bit of time passes. Especially if there's no overcrowding in the medical facilities, that tends to really rustle their jimmies. Actually, it might be a good idea to take care of that ultimatum just in case it bites me in the bare bottom soon. That means turning off all this overtime work and giving them a nice toasty evening. And then all is forgiven. No, all is not forgiven because the overcrowded medical facilities are up now. And people are hungry again. Well, that blows, but don't worry, they'll be happy soon. We'll take care of the sick, it won't be overcrowded, we'll get some more food for them. All will be forgiven. All against me will be forgiven. But until then, let's make sure that they know who breads their butter. Work? What's the point? The captain's doomed us all. We trusted the captain, what did we get? Naff all. I don't think they're very happy with me. This does not need to be built right now, I'd rather people got to work. Although I would also like this thing taken care of, we'll undo that for a wee bit. Apparently I didn't watch the stream myself, I was sleeping, says TBW. Oh yeah, I tried IXION. I was not impressed. Right, everybody, how happy do you feel now? A load of happy, there we go. It's quite telling that, you know, they don't actually care about how I do. It's just the temperature change that changed their moods. Now, again, we saw how bad the conditions got on our sick. With just minus 50 there. It's going to be minus 70 in 24 hours. That's very, very bad. Could actually be a significant problem for us very soon. To that extent, there's something to be said for setting up a care house just to keep people more alive. But, perhaps a fighting arena would take people's mind off of how grim everything is. We're going to have amputees soon, and they might actually threaten suicide if I don't have a care house operational. And that care house won't be operational for a wee bit. Base level 2, 3, 4, it's minus 40. Fighting arena. People don't mind doing bare knuckle boxing in minus 40 degrees, so fighting arena it is. Just like old times, eh? Betting on fights is the next best thing to the races. Lots of people love these violent shows. Yes. Précis. Right, still a little trepidatious, but we have the ability to create coal when our own reserves run out, and they are running out. We can create wood, that we have a massive stockpile, and we are generating a small amount of steel, which will soon become a large amount of steel. Oh wow, we have sick people working because there's not enough space in our medical facilities. But again, those wee kids should be going and helping out soon. I don't know what time they go and help out though. Certainly not right now. Oh, excellent point. I need to get cooking. If I don't cook now, we're not going to survive the storm. Nice catch, because I certainly didn't catch that. Who can do such a thing? It's a little unnecessary plucking coal right now, but it's better to get as much as we can while we can. But who is free? No one else is really free, so yeah, 5 of these workers are going to cook up a storm for us. Okay, thank God. I was wondering why that wasn't working, but it's because they're busy building. What are you building, Elizabeth Fisher? Probably this medical post. Well, don't do that. Make food. Medical post can be made tonight, but cookhouse needs to operate now. Sorry, I'm a bit late on the topics, this Captain Fresh. No chance he's streaming IXION ever? I've been itching to watch you min-max the hell out of it. I was streaming it a few hours ago, but I'm not impressed by the game. I don't like it. I'm not going to go so far as to say it's bad, but it's not for me. But Frostpunk feels made for me. Damn, it's good. Oddly enough, you can't yell at the cookhouse workers to cook faster. I suppose it makes sense. That soup isn't going to boil any better if you scream at it. But at the same time, we can scream at plants to make them grow faster. So I don't know what to make of that. Sick or hurting, but I don't want to let up on research. Even so, probably going to let up on research a little bit. Long hours of get back to work. They don't like it, but they're going to have to cope with the situation. There we go, Steamy Steelworks is good to go. I will upgrade this at the end of the workday. I don't want to interrupt their ongoing work. Next technology, probably going to be the Steam Hub. It's cheap and it's going to be incredibly useful as soon as we're out of the big freeze. There's something to be said for using it here. It's going to go cold, very cold, freezing, and then freezing -1. But if I turn on heater and Steam Hub, we'll be able to keep it very cold, which will at least prevent amputations. So we'll get the Steam Hub, and if we end up generating coal during the big freeze, we'll be able to generate it without generating additional amputations. There will definitely be amputations because of all these people that have no shelter against the cold aside from their flimsy tent. I've never been out tenting in the snow before, but I can imagine there's a lot of not fun associated with it. We've also generated 300 rations, which is going to have to do us throughout the entire storm. And I think I'll just permanently keep these medical posts operational. Hold on a second. This medical post isn't going to work during the big freeze. It's too cold. Huh, hadn't thought of that. But it'll help up in the run-up to it, and I can use the generator's overdrive to kickstart it, so that's actually going to work alright. There are some people that aren't working but could, so send them to the wall drill. Ah, no, they're probably just hunters. So there's a question. Do we do a hunting party on the final night before the storm or not? Sends them out. They're still going to get sick and stuff, but it cuts away from my potential labor force during the storm.
Gather your tools. The shift is ending.
It's not like I'm hurting on food. I'll have a good 2 days after the storm is done. But even so, I think I'll send them out. You played Final Fantasy X on YouTube, and now I come to the live watching Frostpunk. Christmas was to come early. Well, look at all the snow. Of course it's Christmas. It's even got a bit of red and white going for it. Very festive colours. Thank you, Coca-Cola. And Christ, there's a thought. It's Christmas in 11 days. I need to set up a Christmas stream. We should have a lovely giveaway. And I don't want to skip Xenonauts, so it just amuses me to think that there'll be some people who on Christmas Day they just forgo family and friends and instead watch someone play Xenonauts. I'm all for that. And the only thing worse than green snow right there, Shadow, yellow snow. That's me, says Face McSmuggler. Man, shouldn't be thinking about Christmas. I'm getting pretty hungry here. Tech has slowed down to a crawl thanks to only having one workshop operational. I could drag the people out of the steelworks. Oh well, steelworks is already done now, isn't it? That's our lot then. People will be a bit happier thanks to the fighting arena, but I'm going to eat some nasty things being said about me during the storm. People are going to hate me because it's so cold. Cold, overtime work, overcrowded medical facilities, some people are going to go hungry. It's not going to be very good for me, not at all. Especially since I don't have the guard posts up and operational. But I could set that law in 24 hours if discontent isn't crushingly bad. Let's finish the last gathering post. Last call for building anything. I can't believe the gathering post didn't actually get its job finished. I'll need to consider where to use you. Anything that we want to build. We already have the child shelter, medical post, infirmary. I could build another infirmary, but it would come at the cost of other buildings here. Honestly, it might not be the worst call in the world, because like I said, I'm going to struggle on healing. But I will... It's not an easy call, truthfully. Another infirmary would come at the cost of some people freezing to death. But they'd freeze but get better in the infirmary. I'm gonna face a ton of sick here. 5 vacant beds, so... You know what, I should prepare for that. There's no point having that steam core not putting it to use, and we can put it to use, so... If I have a couple of houses, might as well put them here so they're next to the fight club. Then I can, at my discretion, tear down these 2 tents and erect another infirmary. Believe it or not, I could erect another 2 infirmaries. You know what, things could potentially get that desperate, so... Temporary housing a go-go. And then the heat of the generator only funding medical facilities tickles me, so it does. You wanted to upgrade the steelworks. I absolutely did. Thanks for that. Forgot all about that. There we go. As upgraded as it gets. Impressively, we have no terminally ill people in the medical facilities, and they're all going to be better shortly. Unfortunately, shortly the big freeze comes, and it will be freezing conditions in everybody's home. Absolutely everybody's. Some working conditions will not be freezing, and honestly I don't know how it's calculated. I have a funny feeling it just takes the average of people's work time and home time and averages the temperature between them, but I don't know for certain. It might just be it takes the temperature of workplace to choose how to target people, but again, no idea. I've played this game for many hundreds of hours. It doesn't mean I know everything about it. It just means I know a lot. And I can handle most of what this game throws at me. Sometimes I have people telling me, oh my god, recall your scouts so they die in the blizzard. Not true. If you have them idling at your base, they will be safe from the storm and immediately able to be deployed once the storm recedes. God knows how that works, but scouts are, aside from this freezing storm, immortal. And this is cool. I kind of wish we'd come out and checked it when it was halfway through destroying everything, but yeah. Inaccessible at the moment. It's going to blow over all of these expedition locations and replace them with something else. I think it uncovers something. Right, the first big freeze, the first big test of your city management skills. Which is to say my city management skills. Why do I even have you here? Get to work here instead. That discontent is going to go sky bloody high. And I need to make sure to recall my hunters once they're done with their hunting. How many war crimes Jake's going to commit? We're not at war, unless we're at war with nature. Back to the gloomy old grind. It's getting harder to drag myself out of bed every day, probably physically. At this point, the bed sheets are frozen to you. It's -40 and you have no source of heat inside your canvas tent. Well, worse than that, it's your wood tent. I think wood is an abstraction for general non-metallic building materials, because there are things like in this game like windows. Even so, here it comes! It's so cold the infirmaries have stopped working, so let's crack on with the heater. If I had miscalculated, and for some reason didn't have enough heat to work these infirmaries, I'd be dead. DED dead. Wouldn't be able to handle the existing sick, and a whole lot more sick would be coming in. So some workplaces get disabled by the storm, but you still need to manually pull the workers out, or else they're going to stand around in the workplace and freeze their Betty Swallocks off, and it goes in a long list of things that you do not want in this game. I already think I want that infirmary. There's just very little reason in not having it. I've got a lot of idling people, but that's because I wanted them free to do this job here. There's no point even having the wall drill heater on, because it's too cold to matter. So some of them are going to face the music. The steelworks will actually be non-freezing to work in, so that's a bit of a bonus for them. Otherwise, I don't think it's even worth working this. I do still want coal coming in, though. I know, it's very cold, but I want that infirmary. Because we're already eating the sick. Not physically eating them, I mean in a metaphorical sense. No news on Xenonauts 2. Xenonauts 2, much like Frostpunk 2, I'm a little concerned about. I want these games to be great. It's good for me in every conceivable way if these games are great, but I worry for them. Which makes it all the better if I'm proven wrong and they end up being excellent. Alright, infirmary. An actual heated infirmary. Get to work building that, please. It's come to my attention this medical post is useless, so away it goes. Not necessarily. It could be that I wanted operational coming out of the storm. I don't know how disastrous a storm is going to be for us. Probably quite. Not a lot of people working on that for some reason. There should be plenty of people available to work on it, but I guess they're all busy being seen to. There we go. Steamy Steelworks is now operational. Lots of people resting after the hunt, so they won't get to work over there. Well, you know what? It is more beneficial to me to have it operational than the... Yeah, crap. So one of the annoying things about people going to rest after the hunt is that it messes up with your allocation. I can't physically remove people resting from the hunt and put in non-resters, which is one of the big downsides of using them. Well, that's how it goes sometimes. What if we do this, and then that? Nope, they're not having any of it. Well, that's how it goes sometimes. We'll have wood income, and we will eventually have steamy steel income. Anybody left over? I guess they're going to get their rest, and then I'll tell them to do something like thump coal. Engineers, on the other hand, I need them working here as soon as it's operational instead of freezing their own bits off. Fortunately, no engineers should get amputated. Well, these guys potentially could because their homes are freezing, but for the most part they should be okay. Steam hub get. I want that generator power upgrade, interestingly enough. There's a chance yet to save this frozen hellscape. I certainly want to heat the coal generation, but I could certainly heat up these homes eventually. I'll probably definitely do it after the storm has come. It's going to be 2 days of -40, which is very survivable in a tent. But I'm going to have a bunch of amputees, so we need the steelworks working overtime on the steel so I can get them some prostheses, or prosthetics. I've seen people say that CO2 freezing happens at -78. But you see, we're in a pit, so that's obviously not going to happen so badly. First amputation, first of many. To save this patient's life, we have performed an amputation. As a result, he won't be able to work. Yeah, that's cool. Losing a limb. We must do something, yeah, maybe eventually. There's a hidden benefit to having a lot of amputees. They'll work in the cookhouse and give it a bonus to speed. But yeah, lots of ill incoming now, so for the love of God, could you finish this infirmary? There we go. Coal pile depleted, 45 coal remains. They're going to get that, and then I'm going to tear apart this gathering post. And people are mostly just existing to, well, they're going to freeze anyway. I might as well put them to work in the coal thumpers. working overtime, of course. Actually, let's try not to bring on more discontent. I could get an ultimatum early, which hurts badly. Because we might come out of this hungry and cold and overworked and all those other things that they just make up. Child shelter not operational because it's too cold, so the infirmaries will not get their little hands bonus. Nice, the city must survive playing during the storm is excellent. It's tempting to yell at the Coal Thumper people, but I don't want to risk my food during the storm. Not many sick people right now, but they'll be coming, of that I'm sure. And this is great, the Steamy Steelworks is operational without people dying horribly over there. All loose resources have now been gathered, so if you hadn't set up coal thumping, wood cutting, and steel mining, you would just be out of resources. Better hope you have them saved up if that's the case. Anybody left over? Would you believe it? I would actually really like to turbo produce steel, so I'm actually going to have this erected. Another Steamy Steelworks. You can only have 2 total, but I want both of them. As you transition into the mid-late game, steel becomes more important than wood. You make more wood and everything costs more wood, but the production of steel goes a lot slower than wood. So of course, the faster you get those, the better. The trumpets in the sound go off. Do the trumpets in the song go off? Oh, you probably have some connection issues, in which case restarting the stream should work wonders for you. Yeah, they start going all like... That often happens when there's some connection issues to the stream. And a refresh fixes it most of the time. Whoopsie doodle, let's not waste our coal on you. I want to keep these coal thumpers just warm enough. There we go, it's so cold. I love it. And I am doing sod all about it. Well, I'm about to pass a law, that'll make people feel better. Pillar of light, just a lighting effect from the sheer cold. Right, law clock. I'm going to need prostheses soon enough, so I should probably sign the care house law. And that's exactly what I'll do. We're going to have very modest laws here. Nothing extreme. I'll have to hang on until we come up with something better. Yeah, I'll need to eventually build that care house. Fortunately, I have 3 days to do so. So I can just sling it down outside of a heat zone and it'll be okay. As soon as we can, though, there's going to be a big social restructuring. Unfortunately, to keep the hope alive, you do, I think, need watchtowers, guard houses, and... Ah, crumbs, that's a good point. I'll need to get guard towers and patrols. One of the unfortunate things about Endless Mode is that hope, just every 12 days or so, just gets reduced to 0. Not exactly, but you lose about 50% of the whole bar. So unless it's up here, you're always going to face a hope ultimatum. And there are just certain laws that you have to pass to get around that, which is unfortunate. Desirable law. At least the child shelters operation will keep people happier. Right. They got that Steamy Steelworks built in -70, which is admirable. Everywhere's so cold though, so incredibly cold. There we go. At least 4 of the houses can be kept nice and toasty. Because I'm going to turn on the overdrive for a while, otherwise you're just wasting having overdrive. We only have 1 amputee so far, but I think we're going to end up with something like 14 amputees at the end of all of this. Because it gives you a few, and then if you just continue to have everyone live in freezing conditions, it just thumps you with a massive proportion of them getting their limbs chopped off. We saw that when we played a North Korea mode run, if I recall well. And there's my ultimatum. Unhappy because of overcrowded medical facilities. We'll be able to hang on though. I just need to hold on for a day and a bit and I'll be okay. To get to work indeed. Thump out that coal, because we have 0 coal generation now. We have enough coal to last 2 days, and that's our lot. So these coal thumpers are going to have to pound into the ground, bring that coal to the surface, and then as soon as it thaws, we need as many hands on Declan grabbing that coal for the generator as possible. It's labor intensive, but the important thing is to keep yourself alive while still amassing resources to proceed further. Speaking of which, I'm going to yell at the people getting me steel, because steel is such a big, important thing to have now. The more I have, the sooner I can automate, and trust me, I want to automate. There we go. The generator can go a lot stronger, but it won't. There's no good reason for me to do that, so too bad. Well, actually, I could prevent people from freezing right now. I might actually do that. We can prevent a lot of, maybe not deaths, but a lot of very cold people. Guys, you got nothing better to do. Go and build up those. I'm going to warm these people up, and I'm actually going to take people out of the freezing zone. I know, I'm too generous, aren't I? On top of that, though, difficult choices have to be made. It's very cheap, so getting faster gathering is very tempting, but not nearly as tempting as... God, there are many great things to be had. Hunting tactics, when we come out of this storm, that's going to save me a ton of manpower. The generator does actually get more eloquent and functional as you upgrade it, which is a really cool visual aspect to it all. Now, I rate gameplay far above just about anything else in a game unless it focuses elsewhere. But when it comes to a city builder, if it's not nice to look at, I'm not going to be interested. And that was part of what really turned me off of IXION. Everything's just so bland and boxy, that disgusting sci-fi look to it. I don't like it in general, but ugh. Whereas this just looks so fresh and novel with a limited color palette. I know I'm holding the gunmetal grey and dog dirt brown against IXION, and here we're just seeing what white, light blue, black. Even so, I think it works here majestically. I'm enjoying IXION myself, says Mort, but each to their own. It's a lot slower paced, and that I'll admit. I see. There we go, 16 amputees. We were too late in warming these people up. And my god, that coal consumption just went places. Not good places. But at least many of our people are no longer literally freezing. Do less harm. I was a field surgeon in the Boer War. I worked for the Royal Society to reduce the rate of limb loss. Yeah, sure, we need the hope. That means radical treatment's going to hurt fewer people, but radical treatment doesn't matter when you have everything handled by infirmaries. Still, we needed radical treatment earlier, and it, strangely enough, did not cause any amputations. Alright, I know it looks grim, but trust me, this is all part of the plan. 10% of the population have lost a limb. Their loss is our gain, I think. I'm impressed that I've managed to keep people relatively not freezing during all this. And it's all about focus. I could have forgone the steelworks and instead focused on pure coal generation and heating, and that would mean less sickness. But it meant I wouldn't be ready to just jump up and start smashing on that coal production, steel production rather. And I usually like to push survival to its limit just to get as many resources out as I can. If anybody cares about this, and chances are people don't, because I've played this game and talked about this game so many times now. There's going to be a radical reconstruction of this. I'm probably going to lose most of a day to it. But needs must, and we must need. 6 situation looks surprisingly good though. Need to be careful with the overdrive though, it's not going to give me a second warning about pushing it too high. And if I do push it too high, it's going to be a case of child into generator. At least we've got some new coal to gather, and we desperately need to gather. But fortunately, with the warmer conditions and soon to be better living conditions, there'll be fewer sick and more people to work for me. We just need to make it through this one imperishable night. And push that overdrive back on, squeeze out all we can. People will flee to the warmest places to live if they can, and it looks like everybody's housed in not freezing conditions. Yep, well that's good. Nice, so no more amputations. It's kind of a shame that we lost so much future steel to those amputations. Stress generation critical, we'll push it up to 95 and turn it off. You can push it up to 99, even 100, but you let it slip on 100 and then boom. Unless you throw a steam core or a child into the generator. No prizes for guessing which one I choose out of those two. There's going to be a big triage of people, so I want to make sure that everybody is available for me to call upon. Not the engineers, of course. There's a few things we need to do in the first day: building, cooking, ensuring the coal generation, and then everything else after that is secondary. I think this will be warm enough in -40 to get the kids working, so on the first day they'll be very fast dealing with the sickness. Once we have hunting tactics, I'm going to rush towards automation. We have everything we need to start automating. He says that, but I don't have that many steam cores. 3 are in use by the infirmaries, 1 is in use by the wall drill. That only leaves 1 spare, and that spare is going to be used on the factory. So I will probably tear down 2 infirmaries, build a factory and 2 automatons, tear down the factory and rebuild 1 of the infirmaries. And hopefully we'll be able to make it through on 2 infirmaries for a while, until we get more steam cores. Such is the dream. Now we've had all of our sick, we have 77 sick people. That is every single free agent. However, some of the children are eating the sick for me, and every child amputee is a bonus for us. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Splendid. What that means is only 7 of our actual workforce got amputated. See? Good Lord helps those who help themselves. That means I can shove these people into jobs, and the most important job right now is gathering. In fact, you're going to gather without the steam hub on. You're just going to gather with a personal heater. There we go. Generator is working harder than the rest of them. Yeah, well, a lot of them are just sitting on their butts right now, but I think that's more because they physically can't move. It's so chuffing cold. There we go, the big thaw. First things first, we've got to explore, and we've got to explore as soon as we can. I'll do Frozen Pond instead of Cairn. The Frozen Pond has nothing, but I always feel that that makes it more likely to have something after it, so on you go. Now, there's a lot of people to take care of, and not a lot of resources, so hopefully we get some people that are better soon, and then we're going to cook up goods. Jeez, even the workshops are suffering here. Well, everything is suffering. I'm willing to keep the heating on for the tents and so forth. I'm very tempted to increase the heating level just to cut into the amount of sick that we'd have, but I need to deal with the sweet. So, when you play on this mode, after every storm there is a new temporary hazard. They can be devastating. This one is incredibly devastating if you rely on hothouses. We don't, so it's a free pass for us. Incredibly difficult things would be steam core seizing, which would make all automatons only work at 10% efficiency. And since we're planning on automating this round, that would be horrible. It would also make our infirmaries work at 10%. It's very bad. Hard ground would be awful because it would slow down the thumping of coal. And the brittle steel would hurt because it would make everything cost lots of steel. So yeah, rotting roots was one of the best we could have hoped for there. Animal migration would have been similarly devastating because all of our food production comes from animals, but at least we have a backup of food for that. So yeah, luck stat coming through again. I think there are 8 or 9 different hazards. Another horrible one is double coal consumption. Oof. Right, let's sign the law to allow our people to get prosthetics. Why that's a law, I don't know. You'd think it would be a tech, but maybe they were running out of laws. This medical post proved to be completely worthless. Actually, it would be somewhat worthwhile right now, wouldn't it? We have some sick, but... there'll be space on soon. Just get rid of it. Get rid of that, replace it with a house, 2 more houses here, and then, yeah, this first day is just recovery. After that, it's going to be, well, charging forward. But I need my people operational again. Hunting tactics will be ready for the evening, so I'll be able to get a modest amount of food going for not a lot of our people. See, previously I was spending up to 60 of our workforce. Now I can spend just 30 and have 3 of them operational, and that's good enough to keep us going. Care house, 16 people are just sitting in the infirmary. I don't have a care house, but you're right, I need to build one. I'm just gonna sling it out in the open for now. I don't want it in a heat zone yet. Someone will get to work on building that. Actually, if I have some spare people, why aren't they working here? Because they're going to eat. I do need this operational though. But there's nobody... well... going to eat, in treatment... well, whatever. Go and eat and get to work. I need that food produced. And yay, the kids are helping. Excellent, so faster treatment of all these horrendously ill people. So it's deathless so far, which is pretty great. Sadly, the propaganda center, if you build one, causes deaths. I don't know if the guard post and patrols do. I'm trying to remember. No, I don't think they do. Sweet. Now, there are many other great things to get, but as I said, I am keen to automate, so let's get the factory operational. Hunter tactics, just a great saving on labor. And there we go, a tiny amount of food coming in. Once the other guys are no longer ravaged, they'll be able to help out. Fewer amputations! The doctor working on radical treatment is here. Certainly an unorthodox method. My learned colleagues would be appalled at the experiments I had to perform, but it works. I expect the number of amputations during radical treatment to be halved. We don't do radical treatment anymore, because you don't do it in an infirmary, but still good to know. And there's my care house built. Hope rises. People in the care house eat half rations, and that's great for those kids that I'm sending in there, because I certainly don't want them eating my rations. All the amputees and the terminally ill sitting around there doing a whole lot of not much for me. Right. Oh god, the infirmaries have their heating on. No, that's costing me valuable coal. This infirmary is getting torn down because we have enough space in the other infirmaries for treating them. Working our way through the sick like nobody's business. And there are so many of them that I can actually have them help out in the gathering posts. Get that coal massed up, we need it. Funnily enough, in this game there's as much eating on the kids as there are the adults. It only goes by bodies. So I don't know if that just means that these are extremely barbarian-style kids, or just the lankiest adults around. But hey, calories are calories. This is excellent. I should have people well enough to start working this evening. And as soon as we can have our factory on the go, automation can begin. Everything is coming up Thrill House. We even have a lot of spare... oh, there we go. We didn't get a single amputated engineer, which is excellent. Going to a protest? Calm down, everybody. If you protest, you won't be working. You know, they always protest at the generator, so my understanding is that I, my player avatar, is just someone who lives inside the generator. Maybe you are the generator. Oh, I didn't consider that. That's some deep lore. Perhaps too deep. I'm gonna tear down some of these houses. I need to make this a lot more optimal. It's evening time, so people can get to work. The weather is cold and we aren't happy. Alright, yeah, pretty much. I think it was Euristo playing this game, and he had people yelling at me, and he said something like, "Yeah, I know it's cold." I lost it hearing him say that. I'm not sure if there's much of a follow-up to that, but it tickled me good. People are busy going to eat. Not on my watch, you don't. Get to bloody work. It's not a lot of food income coming in, but fortunately I stored up enough before the big freeze that we're able to come out running. Only 30 people used up on food generation is a godsend. And I hope to upgrade it with flying hunters as well, because flying hunters are immensely efficient. It's just that they demolish steel, so that's going to have to be after automation. But I'll be getting my automation soon. Alright, broken tree. Our search hasn't uncovered anything, but we may be able to find more promising things. Okay, well, you better, because broken tree was a waste of time. And frozen pond also has absolutely nothing. Abandoned wreck and drafty shelter. I don't actually know which things has what, but abandoned wreck sounds promising, doesn't it? Airhouse is going to cease function once the temperature drops another level. I could spend heating on it to keep it operational. I don't particularly want to, but I may have to. And let's make sure that these guys are kept warm. It's not warm enough. What's that left to do? One guardhouse for everybody is not sufficient, but we'll make do. Ill-fitting tune, let's move on from that. The city must survive is not relevant during the downtime between storms. But very relevant during the storm, that's for sure. Look at that, so few sick people compared to before. It's still pretty chilly at home, so I'm going to get sick people, but we're going to slaughter our way through them in these infirmaries. And a nice thing is the infirmaries only need one more level of heating to be effective during the next storm. And we already have that level of heating. It's steam level 2 on the main generator. Of course that means expensive amounts of coal. But I think we're getting to the point where we can afford that. So I'm actually going to up the heating level. And that's going to make all these places, whoa, look so nice and livable. God, I'm so tired. Every day's the same grind, but we've got to keep going. I love that, that one. It shows you've got some discontent, but a manageable amount of hope as well. Very befitting. Right. Lots of sick people. Lots of not getting what I need right now, which is coal. I really need to up my production of coal. I really need more people, all things considered. And I feel very short on people. Oh well. Actually, this is going to be a sizable problem if I don't keep up with the coal generation, so we're going to turn that on. I'm even going to turn this thing on properly. Oh, that's expensive, but these people are going to get far less sick that way. I need that steel. I cannot slow down on steel production. It's necessary for automatons. More people would solve my problems right now. So hopefully we can find a place full of working people, not kids. Why do I feel so low on population here? Well, I sent out my hunters pretty late, so they're taking a while to come back with the food. Ah, more people. We need competent steel workers made out of actual steel. The moment I get my first automaton, that saves 10 people, because the automaton is 100% going on steel. And that automaton is going to fund the creation of more automatons. Sadly, it's only going to be one more. Not looking forward to that temperature drop, and a double temperature drop in a few days. It felt like I was in a better situation than this, but perhaps not. To be completely clear, if I had child labour, I would have 32 little hands plucking away at this coal, which would solve all of my labour problems right now. But I don't, so too bad. Actually, it's becoming a real problem. I can't sustain this, actually. Too bad, you're going to be cold again. Let's bring that right the way down. At least a coal loss of 60 a day is sustainable for a while. But when it starts really getting cold, I'm going to have to choose between sick people or... or what exactly? Right, factory. Factory I can at least choose. The sooner we get this automaton available, the better. Now there's a very good question coming from chat. It's coming from Emil R3G15 saying, why not build better homes for the people? The problem lies in this. I have 155 people. That's 16 homes. Each better home costs 10 steel. That's 160 steel. I don't have 160 steel, but if I did invest all the steel into that, that would push back my automaton creation very far. And like I said before, I prefer to push survival to get more resources rather than the other way around. I'm going to shove you right there, adequately next to all of the researchers. And then, I do really want better housing very soon, because it's passively warming without costing any ongoing resources. But that doesn't mean it's something we can very easily take. I'm going to go for faster gathering, because coal is quite a necessity right now, and it's a very fast research to get. Look at that, only 10 hours and it'll be ours. Yet more wood, very good. Snowy Hill, I think you're hiding people or steam cores, so I'm going for that. Mango Ace says abandoned shelter equals more steam cores. I'm hoping abandoned wreck is steam cores. I can't remember what all of the things are, though. Am I dreaming or what, says Froggy. Clearly. Go back to bed and it'll all be over. I would love to pool resources and get this factory made immediately, but the factory is going to have to wait until tomorrow. Will get built tomorrow. I will have my automaton ready tomorrow. In fact, I might even have both automatons ready tomorrow if I feel like playing jammy buggers with people's lives. We have so many amputees that they're willing to help out in the cookhouse. We don't want to sit in our arses all day content with just being kept alive. We can't do hard work, but if we fashion some simple prostheses out of wood, we could help in the cookhouse. This event can happen even if you don't have 100 wood, and it's so annoying when it does, but I will give them that wood because I have a lot of wood going spare. I'm going to need 100 for the automaton, but as I said, getting that automaton operational is going to help out enormously, and the cookhouse efficiency is going to go through the roof. And we still have enough rations to last us a wee while, but not indefinitely. When this double dip hits, I won't be able to cook anymore. During this, at least I could cook if this thing was inside a steam zone or got a better heater. But it doesn't. If you're reading this, wake up, you're in a dream, you must wake up, it's the only way out. Who would want out of their dreams? Seems all sorts of wrong. Dreams are great. Right, we're pounding out that coal as much as we can, but that means I have people spare to go and grab extra coal. I think I might pull back on the hunting for a little while. I need to make good on this coal while I can. And there are so many heaters there that it would actually be more effective for me to turn on the steam hub than have them use their individual heaters. One steam hub is I think it's 3 coal per level per something something. Yeah, 3 coal per hour. Whereas all heaters on would be 6 coal per hour.
Finish your labors, people. The workday is up.
And people aren't even that unhappy with me, which is nice. Hey Jake, do you have any inside information when Frostpunk 2 will be released? No, I do not. I got in contact with the devs, but that was not enough for that kind of inside intel, much as I would like it. Okay, tomorrow we finally automate. Tonight, we don't. At least we get that nice big boost of coal production. I am gonna send just a modest... Nope, forget the modest hunting party. I want coal produced ASAP. Coal is not the thing that we're struggling on right now, far from it. Food. Food is not what we're struggling on, far from it. Mountain Watchtower or Desolate Valley? Christ, I need steam cores and I don't remember which one has which. I'm gonna try my luck with Desolate Valley. Might even be able to get both, steam core and then people. That would be good, because people would solve a lot of my problems. So would steam cores. I have a very survivable population if I could just automate more. Thanks for all the content on YouTube. It's worth at least a sub, says Double S Silver Knight. Cheers. Oh, thank you very much. You keep the dream alive. I always say I don't stream for money, but if I didn't make money off of this, I wouldn't be able to stream quite as much as I do. Oh, well, let's not think about money. It's a tainted resource. Thank God Frostpunk doesn't have any of it. My wood is turning into a tainted resource, though I am running a touch low on it. Now, the reason I cranked up the temperature on the generator early was because I want as few sick as possible, because I'm tearing down one of these infirmaries today. It will be brought back up, but the reason I'm tearing it down is so that I can crank out 2 automatons tomorrow. Abandoned Wreck did indeed have steel, which is good. Stone Ship, I'm hoping, is a prelude to some steam cores. You'd have to go back to Paradox, design some quality DLC for CK3. I think what I want to do with CK3, Paradox wouldn't want to hear about. Paradox is very interested these days in making money. It's hard to blame them, but still. One can feel a bit of their soul die. Getting rid of those houses because I don't think they were quite... Ah, jeez, that is too wide. Positioning can be a bit awkward with the radial aspect of building and the circular aspect of areas of effect. But we're making it. Also, it's almost a fresh day. How are people looking labor-wise? I'm strongly considering yelling at the people in the Steam Steelworks, and that's exactly what I would do. I'm going to tear out these 5 engineers and shove them over here. And tell them to work on an automaton. And yeah, I'm going to yell at these guys because I need steel badly. Oh crap, that second automaton that I said I wanted, I don't have the steel for. That's all the more reason to yell at the steel guys, but that's not enough. Do I have anything I can dismantle for steel desperately? Dismantling the infirmary won't give me sufficient steel. Yeah, well, just gotta deal with days like this sometimes. I'll get that second automaton later then. For now, though, I need guard stations.
A new law has passed.
Costs yet more steel that I can't afford right now, though. This infirmary is going bye-bye for now. Sooner I get that 15 steel, the better. I only get 4 steel out of that. Barely seems worth the effort. However, thanks to yelling at these people in the steelworks, we... Oh god, the overdrive is still on. Yelling at those people in the steelworks means I should have the steel inside a few hours. I just hope it's enough time to get the second automaton going, because that is important. How bad was IXION? It just wasn't for me. I don't think the game was necessarily bad. Gotta be careful about making that distinction, though. Me saying that the game is bad carries all sorts of connotations about poor game design, awful balance, terrible music. Large pit and isolated shelter. I think the isolated shelter sometimes has cores in it, but I really can't remember. Damn. I could have the wiki page open, but someone once criticized me in the YouTube comments for checking the wiki for what the different locations had, and I could not bear the shame, so I don't do it anymore. And it was a whole heap of shame. Faster gathering. I don't want to do another research that costs steel because I'm desperately trying to save my steel right now. But at the same time, the Steam Hub range is really good. Using scientists' time is also a very important resource, and there's no wood-only research that's particularly important to me. I think we're going to jump the gun on bunkhouses, because if we don't have bunkhouses operational by -70, it's going to be a very grim time for our people. Do you ever make it to the Galaxy Center? Oh, I finished off of Orion. It's all on YouTube by now. Come on, guys, get to work. Just a few more hours and we have the steel for number 2 automaton. You guys get out and get back to work on research. The automaton is going to work on this steam steelworks, and I'm going to yell at it later. And that will actually speed up the production of steel for the next guy. Being assembled. He lives. The blue Highlander is on its way, despite being orange. The automatons are so cool. Great design. There's a nice bit of lore about the design of them as well. If you collect all of the artifacts in the game, which of course I'll never do again because it's very tedious, but at the time it's nice to discover the lore through them. Tough day at work, but this helps me chill out. Oh man, make work work for you. If anyone's giving you lip at work, tell them I sent you. Okay, there we go. Out of steel again, but the second automaton is going to massively improve our output of everything, really. And we're even looking good on the coal situation. Excellent. It pains me to turn off the overdrive because people are already nay too warm. But the steel, the wood, everything's coming up our way. Bet the kids wish their child's shelter was warm enough to be living in, but it is not. When's Hargrave's Pleasure Palace? We will build a pub. This can't be a British game without a pub in it. Did I yell at the automaton? God, no. Always yell at the automatons. Unlike yelling at people, the automatons get the full 24-hour bonus from yelling at them. A note of thanks. Someone has left a note at the care house. Thank you. With all the work we have to do, it's so hard for families to properly care for an invalid. Well, the care house is operational, and I would actually like to make a few prosthetics to keep them operational, but I'd rather shove all that steel into better housing for the time being. And of course the automatons. So we're going to finish the second automaton, tear down the factory, re-erect our second infirmary, and then that should be a very good place for us to be at, because we can throw all of our fleshy resources towards coal and food, whilst the unthinking, unfeeling, towering, scary automatons can focus on wood and steel production. And of course they're flexible, you can tear them out and put them elsewhere if need be. Another workday of kill and keep moving. Yes. Be careful about tearing down your factory too quickly. If you do, your automaton goes invisible. And maybe you want that sometimes, I don't. How much Vixion did you get through? Sorry if I mean I did the prologue and a little bit beyond that. And I've played some off stream as well. It's just not for me. There we go, the Blue Irishman. What's the blues? In fact, I don't like that. Since he was nice enough to come in, we're going to call you Silver with the 2 S's. But even so, you need to get to work, and I'm having you work on this steamy steelworks once you're ready. Once you've moved to a safe spot. There we go.
Workday end. It's time for rest.
Cold homes never address that. Well, that frees us up quite nicely, and we're actually full on coal. Which is a problem in itself, because it means that we need to create more resource depots for the coal. Even so, though, I'm going to pull you off here and shove you over there. You're still working just fine. I'm going to pull you off and make you get me some food. And in fact, we should focus on a good bit of food production right now. So, food, and if we have more people spare. Actually, we have spare engineers now, which is a wonderful situation to have. Pull you out, shove you there. Make sure engineers work the wall drill, and shove the workers over here. Nice. Very, very nice. As I said, we're going to tear this down. And no, not a tent. I need... Well, once that's teared down, we can have our infirmary. Frozen excavation. They're really dragging me on a pilgrimage of nothing over here. I hope there's a final Aeon at the end. You're not really doing anything, so you come out. Now, this is one of the least fortunate things to spend resources on, but resource depots are necessary. There comes a point where you have too many resources, not enough places to store them. So I'm going to have this ready for... Maybe that's a bit too much to drink all my steel. I'm going to have this ready so I can shove extra coal, and probably food. Since steel and wood I can always put to use, but food can be hard to amass a correct amount of. Also, I can't cook food anymore. Could be a problem. Yeah, especially since half of that food is already earmarked by hungry people. They'll eat raw rations if they need to, but I don't want them to need to. Alright, steam cores. That's exactly what the doctor ordered. Only 2 of them, but we can make do with that. And I think large pit has people, so we're going to do the large pit and then return home, hopefully with people and cores. And that's going to make us very strong indeed. And would you look at that, steel just passively coming in, lots of it even. 4.4 and 4.4. 9, well, let's generously say it's 10 an hour, or maybe even say 200 a day. That's amazing. Coal, and we'll keep the other 2 as wild cards. And we'll make sure we can keep people tended to inside the double infirmary. There, now that we're not so on the knife edge of desperation, 2 infirmaries should keep us very alive. But that's working on the assumption that I'm about to go and make myself a ton of... what's the word I'm looking for? Bunkhouses. That's going to require a lot of wood, so I'm going to need to yell at the wall drill to get more wood. But otherwise all is well. Did you scream? Oh, I screamed on both automatons. There's a 2-day cooldown on it, but it's active for 1 day, so really it's just 1 day without. Bunkhouses are ready. Cookhouse insulation speaks to me, but it's not worth that steel, truthfully. Something really nice to get is automated integration, but that needs a whole chunk of tech up. Better heaters. We've avoided them for quite a while, but we'll get them now. Narrow valve, scattered sleds, that is steam cores. I remember that 100 times over. And steam cores are good. The sooner you automate everything, the sooner you have won this game.
No time to waste. We've got work to do.
I want to get started on the bunkhouses quite soon, but wood is highly necessary. If you pass child labor all jobs, what you're meant to do that for is so that children can work in, say, the steel works or the coal thumper rather than safe jobs like gathering and cooking. I often pass that because it makes children assemble things. Now, if I had 32 kids that were able to do assembly jobs while all the adults were working, that would be wonderful. But we can't even have that, I'm afraid. Still, that means that I've got a lot of building work to be done this evening, but we'll get it done. And if we get these improved heaters today, which we will, I'll be able to operate the cookhouse tomorrow and cook through these rations, and we do need those rations. Whole situation is grim, though. Very grim. I'm going to pull these guys out and tell them to pluck some coal this evening, if they could be so kind. In fact, I'm going to tell you guys to pluck that coal as well, pretty please. It didn't take the right guys, did it? No, it did. They're working away. Chavin awa, as we say. It's a little inefficient having the steam hub go compared to having their inner heaters go, but at this point I do want my people warm. You doing a challenge? Nah, just a regular extreme mode playthrough. Nothing too splendiferous about it. I mean, it's a hard enough game to run. I don't think anyone's going to doubt that. Or if they do, shame on them. Once those guys are done resting from the hunt, I want them to get to work plucking that coal. Ugh, I hate this event. Ghost on the horizon. There's no way to turn this off. I wish there were. But the game will periodically spawn these buried dreadnoughts, which make you spend resources or risk lives to grab an artifact from it. Absolutely zero gameplay implication. But it means it's always here in the bottom left. There's no escape from it. Oh, right, I'll tell you what, something I completely neglected were the guard stations 1 and 2. We need to get those built and manned so that people don't flip out, but we're going to tear one down later on. Yeah, this is endless. Endless is my favourite way to play the game. The scenarios are great fun and very challenging, but once you've done them once or twice, why even go back? This is great. This researcher guy is going to improve the performance of our automatons, and I even had a spare engineer to shove in his place, if only he wasn't being treated. Oh, it's not survivors, it's steel. Even so, I could go to that mountain watchtower, or I could return home quickly with 2 steam cores. I think the snowball effect from getting the steam cores earlier is better. That allows me 1 more automaton. 2 even, but I might just take 1 and start making prostheses to get my people no longer amputated. This is actually looking like a pretty Utopia level run, if only I wasn't doing overcrowding and sawdust. It makes me wonder, how in the world did I survive Utopia? When I did Utopia run, let me think. No food additives, so that's a 33% reduction in food. I didn't do overcrowding, so that's a 50% reduction in hospital capacity. I didn't do organ transplants, that's a further 20% reduction in speed of healing people. I did do... I don't know if I did child medics or child engineers, but I did child something. No emergency shift, no extended shift. These are the cornerstones of my strategy when playing Frostpunk. Removing them, trimming my own wings off. I found you from Frostpunk streams on YouTube like 2 years ago, says Henge. And a good call. I love Frostpunk. That's why I'm playing it right now, to remind myself how much I like this genre, whilst IXION did its level best to make me think it was bad. Nah, that's overly harsh, but let's be clear, I didn't really like IXION. Right, when we can, I still want more hunting being done, and tomorrow, when we have those improved heaters, it's cookhouse o'clock. Otherwise my people are going to start starving. I'm also going to pool a bit of steel production and have my automaton work the wall drill instead, because the wall drill is still under the effect of the foreman. However, the workers are going to stop working there once their shift is over. The unthinking, unfeeling blue Irishman won't feel the same way, although it's now double S silver. Alright, we've persevered long enough. Let's have ourselves a bleeding pub.
Hear me, new law in the city.
I hope there's 2 levels of heating on the pub. to... Yeah, we're not going to build it just yet, but tomorrow probably we'll build the pub. Ah, that's loser talk. Build the pub right here. It'll probably need to be moved later on, but for now that's sufficient. Now, mechanical calculators are tempting, so I can start making my automatons work even harder. Work harder, not smarter, as they say. Flying hunters, on the other hand, would solve all of my food problems until we have other issues. Going from 16 to 24 food per building is pretty good. But mechanical calculators... Ooh. Tricky choice, but I actually think I'll go flying hunters. Get the hunting done before the big freeze approaches, because the freeze prevents further hunting. We'll shove in a worker here and a worker here. And people believe that I took care of my promise, and I'm just going to tear one of them down, because there's no need. No need for multiple guard stations at this point. Hope is fine. For a bit religious side, seem more efficient, but foreman and agitator seem pretty good. I won't be running agitator, because that requires going too far down the path than I want to right now. Plus agitator is really strong. But yeah, foreman... Oh Christ, I forgot about the automaton. Pull the automaton from the steamy steelworks, shove him over here. Unfortunately, he won't get to work immediately. He needs to go and refuel first, so he's going to pop out and get some refueling done. There's a chance that you can do something a little cheeky with this, and that's have a steam hub here that isn't actually operational, and then... Okay, he didn't buy the bait. Maybe I had to do it before he actually stomped off. Uh-oh. People are eating raw food. That's pretty bad. In that case, let's make sure that this thing's processing that raw food. How much raw food got eaten there? Obviously I wasn't paying attention to it, but perhaps I should have. Right. Where's the automaton? There he is. So Silver's going to go in Glasgow kiss the generator. Oh, no. Instead they're suckling this steam hub. That's also good. Once they're done sucking energy out of that... I don't know what this game's age rating is, but oh well. Off they trot over to that. Wasn't I meant to build more stuff down? Oh crikey, I was meant to build a whole load of bunkhouses and I forgot. It's not too late, get to work. I'll turn on the overdrive to keep anybody homeless less unfortunate. So there we go, he's still under the effect of being yelled at by the foreman, but he's going to work through the night on that. And the people we had working there will instead work the steamy steel works, because the bunkhouses cost so much in the way of wood. Just trying to teach kids that work is good. Another 2 steam cores. We've been quite unlucky, because normally you'll get 3 steam cores, but we didn't. Let's get back with all these steam cores. We should be able to wrap this one up pretty nicely by the end of the second storm. Despite how the food situation is looking. I love that! The animations they made for the automatons to become one with their workplace. And the amazing thing is the animation that plays when you disassemble one too. They completely tear themselves apart, which looks pretty good in a number of ways. You're right, the coal is still flowing, but a little uncomfortably slowly. But the steel is coming out very nicely. There's no way this game is PG, it must be worse than that. It's getting real chilly though. People in bunkhouses will be happy enough, but when this double dip comes, I want everybody in a bunkhouse. Tonight we have to make sure everyone's in a bunkhouse. That's 16 bunkhouses total. We have what we need for it right now, but will we have it later, I wonder? I also need more people being treated, so get that infirmary working better. And of course, we need that food, because people are literally starving. A working kid is a happy kid, precisely! Not only do they get valuable life experience, they also get money. You remember that joy you had as a child when you got just a small amount of money that today you wouldn't even bother bending over to pick up? And then you get a job that allows you to just get that on tap. My goodness, I was grateful for the £2.80 I made working at the redacted store. Wait, you're paying these labourers? Well, in a sense, they're on the dole. I feed them for free, using food that they work for me to get. A very good system. And I'm not being greedy. It's not like I'm taking any of that food for myself. Although I would. Right, slight problem with not enough coal being generated. So there needs to be a bit of a switcheroo here. Unfortunately, some of these people think that they have the right to eat. I disagree, so we close this temporarily just to stop them getting any funny ideas. We are running a little tight on the food budget, but as soon as these people come back with steam core galore on core, factory, automaton, maybe even another automaton, houses, well, warm enough houses for everybody, yeah, should be game, set, and match. Is what I'd like to say, but honestly, I don't have the steel for houses and one automaton. And that's not being assisted by how I'm not running this right now. You guys, you have to understand, I really, really need that steel. Get to work. And there are no more laws for me to pass. I'm not passing any of these really quite horrendous laws. Making your people drunk so they work happier. Indulging in every pleasure of the flesh. And we've had it deathless, so there's no way I want dueling. And when it comes to purpose laws, the agitator is right here, but to get it you need propaganda center. Propaganda center is pretty good. It just increases hope, period. But just by existing, it triggers an event that kills 7 people. So I don't want that. Well, about 7 people, give or take. And I want to keep this deathless. Besides, it'll be a nice added push if we don't have access to the overpowered agitator. Pick out the one in treatment, bring in the one that's free, keep the research going. No, not bad. Test subject. Oh, I hate this, but if we give him an automaton, that automaton will cease to work, and it looks like the wall drill automaton has stopped. That's fine though, the foreman ability had ended anyway, and I was accidentally heating that automaton. Never heat your automatons. They will work just as well in the biting cold as they will in the hottest of places. Holy crapola, look at that. It's not 200 steel, it's 200 coal, but they do have over 100 steel between them, which is great. Great for doing the upgrades that we're about to do. In fact, we should get to work on that. It's going to become cold in all the bunkhouses real soon, and I need everybody working on building tonight. Nothing wrong with getting extra coal, of course. Flying Hunters is also amazing, to the point where I'm going to have those built before I send more people on... Oh Christ, there goes the steel. I forgot how expensive they are on steel. Huh. Well, we can build one and have that one operate and then expand. The rest of the steel can go on our much needed bunkhouses. Mechanical calculators are coming though. Unless there's something else that I really want or need. No, mechanical calculators. It's all good. What do you hope to find in the next game if it gets released? Yeah, I haven't really thought about that. And I don't want to think about it. Leave it to them. Leave it for them to innovate, not me. Never heat the homes. I worry that they're going to think, wow, our story was so good, let's work on our strength of story writing. And I disagree. I think their writing's pretty bad. But Worm was in earlier saying that I just think all writing is bad. So, I don't know what to believe now. Ooh, I believe I'm out of wood though. And that wood's not coming in fast enough to save the day. On the other hand, this will be sufficient housing for everybody. So I don't actually need all of these upgraded. In fact, there's only 30 odd homeless, so actually, thinking about it, if we just build up these, we should be fine. Maybe I'm completely miscounting that. Probably. Possibly. Right, you made it, but there's still exploring to be done. By you, that is. Go and check out that empty snow hut, please. Tons of bad writing in Final Fantasy X, yet he loved it. Well, clearly it went over your head then, Squeaky Fen. That writing was clever. This lack of wood's hurting me, but that's fine. We will have, very soon, our factory operational and churning out automatons and prosthetics. Okay, looking good, looking good. Idle automatons. Is anybody still living in tents? Actually, a surprisingly large amount of people still living in tents. That's pretty bad. We need them living in not tents, or else they're very much going to freeze. Yeah, they'll get that built in the morning. At the cost of labor, sure, but worth it. Now, Mass Effect Andromeda, there's the good writing. I can't wait until Mass Effect 4 is out. I'll be in the front seats, watching and cheering Heldon as he plays it, and I hope he hates it. I hope he finds it insufferable. It would certainly make my day. Oops, I forgot I still had some people working on the hunting there, but that's okay. What's not okay is this. It's now incredibly cold. Steamy Steelworks is okay. The care house is not. I'm actually going to heat the care house because the amputees will eat less that way. It's somewhat worth it.
No time to waste. We've got work to do.
Yeesh, this lack of wood is hurting me badly. You're going to bring in 48, but that's not sufficient. Could even say it is insufficient. I need those automatons. Right, you automaton of fun. Go and shove yourself over to the wall drill while you can. Get me that much needed wood. I have actual people making me steel. In fact, I'm going to yell at them so they make me more steel. Talks big about the wood economy and then doesn't get enough wood. Okay, good. There are no residents inside these tents. I'm just going to tear them down. Well, no, I will keep them. There's a chance that people will come there later. This tent upgrade is unnecessary in that regard. But we'll keep it just in case. Since you guys got back, I want you to go and check out that cairn. Could be other stuff in the back of Beyond. It might feel a little tight, but trust me, it's okay. It'll be more okay once Double S Silver gets to bleeding work. I'm going to send him down the steelworks as soon as. Come on, folks, I need that everything right now. Jeez, just became very cold for the people working in the coal industry. Cold enough for me to heat them. Since if they get ill, they're going to reduce the amount of coal that we get. Alright, there we go. Yell at you to get more wood. And once we have that wood, we're going to get automatons on the double. Played Frostpunk quite a bit. Haven't finished the DLC. What difficulty would you recommend to play through of all the game? Damn you for the Frostpunk itch. I think it's worth playing everything on normal so you know how it goes. And then once you do it on normal, do it again on extreme. You should have all the information you... Oh, crap. Steam core needed. Yeah, okay. We have a bunch of them, so there you go. That steam core is just lost forever, which is incredibly tragic. But if you give it to him, he gets the breakthrough, which makes all your automatons work better and gets you a free bit of research. It's usually the most useless research imaginable, which is automaton integration with medical, and that is so useless it beggars belief, but hey, research is research. We are burning through that coal like nobody's business. We need to get better automation and fast. He's already bored with the automaton rather. In fact, the automaton is now free, so we could make the automaton work anywhere. And if it can go anywhere, I want it on the steamy steelworks. Honestly, I'd like it on that one because it's been yelled at. Can I even do such a thing? I'm going to take you off here, put you over there, and then the other workers are going to work here. And this one has heating off, this one has heating on. That gets us plenty of steel. You are working and yelled at, and the heating is off, which is all good. And that leaves me with spare people to, and this is the whole point of it, go and pluck out that coal with your bare bloody hands. And they probably are bloody at this point. Oof. Oh, the pub! Oh, damn, I wasn't able to get the pub operational in time. However, we will be able to turn on the pub on day 23 when it gets warm enough, provided I remember. Which I might. Thought you were done with Frostpunk. Yeah, I was done with Frostpunk, but IXION came along and wasn't good enough, so it made me come crawling back. Right, where to now? Where to now? Homes are great. Saving 5 workers on every infirmary is also great. Heaters being ultra efficient is ultra great on coal. And I do want to be efficient on coal. I think I'll go Steam Coal Thumper and Gathering Post Insulation. Together those two things will solve my coal problem. And since coal is a pressing problem, it's something I need to work on. I also don't like how much I need to throw my workers back and forth on this because of insufficient workers. But it's just good to get problems dealt with. Steel is dealt with. I have 2 steel works and the automatons to run with. Wood is dealt with because I have it set up and I have an automaton working there and I'm never pulling him out. Unfortunately, I'll have to wait another day before we get the automatons going, but I should be able to just crank out both automatons from factory immediately.
Work day is up. Return your tools.
And those automatons are about to get more efficient. What about a Twitch vote challenge? You're going to have to elaborate on that one, Froggy, because at a glance, I don't think that sounds very hard. At all. 3 hunter hangars. 3 hunter hangars should suffice. I can't even see a use for this 4th one. But I'll keep it around in case we ever want to do it anyway. And is anything else needing built up? Not really. Neta. Any law or reach, we vote. That's really flow breaking, and I don't think it would come to... I don't think it would come to much, because when I played Utopia, I was already playing with horrendous laws. And knowing Twitch chat, they would also just choose the most horrendous laws. There's no way they would choose something useful for me, so I think it would just end up being another run of Utopia. Grab the goods. Keep on moving. Storm is still a wee bit away, so we'll make the most of the time that we have while we can. And now, if I have 5 free engineers, which I do, they shouldn't be wasting their diploma with plucking coal right now. 2 automatons. Work on the double, please. Nice thing about the factory, it has heating level 2 by default. Nothing going, but the Forlorn Camp will have people, so we're actually going to solve our people problem as well. More people is always good. A person can generate more resources than they consume, unlike, say, Patrician, where they cannot. And that apparently is even true for... Actually, is that true for Utopia? It might not be true in Utopia. Love getting actual amounts of food coming out of the Flying Hunters, they're great. Still eating a coal deficit, which is bad, but it'll get good. You gotta believe me when I say it'll get good. Especially with these automatons coming in to help. Oh right, no point. It's too cold to make food. It's never too cold to operate the infirmary though. I love the fact that it's working without its heater on in -70. It will not do that in -80 though. This latest automaton is going to replace the workforce in the steamy steelworks, and that allows me to produce more coal. It's not really worth yelling at coal thumping production, because you'd have to yell 6 times to get the bonus, whereas if it was a couple of coal mines, you just have to yell twice. And every time you yell, it costs 10 rations. That can hurt you if you overuse and abuse it, and I have overused and abused it in the past. Even so. The automaton project is a success. They can now work on the most fragile thing we know of, the human body. I always seem to get the medical facilities boost, but having them all work 5% better is just forever good. A steam core is an expensive thing to use for it though. I don't think you get the boost without it, so if you want a perfect save, you're gonna have to spend that. Right, gathering posts are getting insulated as well, and I will upgrade these at the end of the workday, and that's going to make these coal thumpers work like crazy. I might actually have more automatons than I need with all of this. However, I can now... No, not automatons. These got reversed, didn't they? I swear automatons were on the left earlier. I need 16 prosthetics, and I'm not going to research cheaper prosthetics, you're just going to get them done. Also, let's not heat up our automatons, they don't care about it. Unthinking, unfeeling machines. Might seem like a bit of a waste of an automaton, but I'm going to have this one do gathering, because there's actually more coal out there than we're able to process. But yeah, automatons working in an infirmary is a complete waste of time. They're not as good as regular workers. An infirmary can be reduced to only 5 engineers, so why would you have 1 automaton replace 5 engineers? I do not know. Maybe there's some niche use for it, but I've played this game a lot and I have thought about it and not been able to come up with anything. It's not often I like to think. When we kick these people out of the care house, are they going to go into these houses? I don't think so. Cracked ice, yellow flag, and blue dunes. Blue dunes is survivors, but I want yet more cores. So there we go. It's not the fastest, but you will continue to gather coal for us. And it's the end of the workday, so we're upgrading these coal thumpers, and we're actually going to add some additional... Oh god, I'm out of wood for that. Thinkable. Didn't I earlier say my wood problems were solved? Oh, I can't even yell at the robot. It's all coming apart. We'll yell at a different robot then. Oh, excellent. There are no children. This group of engineers got lost heading to our city. They gave up as their food and fuel ran out. Who were these food and fuel, I ask? Come back with me. That's a great boost to our workforce. That's an extra hunting party. Alright, the storm is on the way. I do need to make sure these people have a place to live, so if you could kindly go and get all the wood you can there so I can upgrade the housing situation, and we should be good as gold. The steam coal thumpers are also warmer than regular ones, so I don't need to worry about heating so much. Probably still keep the heating on though. Fewer sick people means more people able to work, means more resources. And since it's an infinite resource, that is fine. If it was collecting resources, I'd feel differently about it, because those will run out. So better to squeeze them as far as you can. I also really need to... Actually, I'm a little tight on the food. So... Okay, it looks like those 10 people come back in time, but I'm going to probably have all of these working to get me as much food as I can. Just so we can survive the storm and not come out starving. Still working on prosthetics, which is gobbling up all of my steel, which could be kind of a bad thing. Turn you off, turn you on, and... Oh!
Order, people! Let's march to work!
It's still not warm enough to operate the cookhouse. Interesting dilemma, but one that I'm confident in solving. I'm going to tear this down and shove the cookhouse over here. And I'm going to tear these people away so they can actually get it demolished quickly. This food is needed, so I can't skimp on this. I guess that means I'll just tear this cookhouse down. It's in the wrong place at the very wrong time. Make sure you make sawdust meals. We're not giving people proper food around here, not on my watch. Bunkhouse aplenty, and even a hunter hangar. Oh, it's all falling into place. This looks good. I know there's a lot of sick people, but we take care of them very well in the infirmaries. And the pub can finally be opened. Hey, it only opens in the night time, but our extra engineer is taking care of that. It's really a waste making all these prostheses so early. There's much better uses for that steel at this point, but I just want to... I want to wrap it up and be in a great situation, not hanging around with sick people, amputated people. Want to make it look like I never had any problems to begin with. Now, where do we go from here? Generator power would actually be pretty sweet, but heater efficiency saves coal. Thinking about it, these bunkhouses are going to be very cold. So, heater power would be great. Yeah, heater power it is. Which actually means I need you to stop making those prosthetics, because I cannot afford the steel at this moment. Well, if you can't have enough steel, yell at the guys that make you steel. Yell at the guys that make you wood. Just yell at everyone. This game affords me everything I've ever wanted to do. There we go. Now we have the generator power upgrade, and that's going to stop people getting horrifically sick during the storm. It's been a while since I played. What's the difference between sawdust soup, if you don't mind answering? With soup, every 2 raw rations become... with every... let me start completely from the start there. My tongue got over my teeth there. Recht. With soup, every 2 raw food becomes 5 rations. With sawdust, every 2 raw food becomes 6 rations. So straight away, sawdust makes you more food. However, the downside is that anybody who eats soup becomes discontent. Anybody who eats sawdust can become sick. The odds of someone getting sick eating sawdust is, I think, about 8%. So just 8% of your people will become sick if they eat that each day. The discontent from soup is pretty heavy, but when you pass the moonshine law, it largely goes away. Given that they both have downsides, I prefer sawdust because it just brings in more more rations in general, and that's what I play for. Yep, every single time I think I take the sawdust, and I love it so. You're able to work both those piles. Excellent. You're very welcome, Digital. Love this game. Happily talk about it at length. Right, upgrades through the evening, which we're already in, come to think of it. And the extra people we brought in were all sick and all hungry. Good thing we're well equipped to deal with them. It's a little tempting to withdraw you, just so I have more hands on deck for the storm, but I know you're sick. Sick or not sick, these infirmaries of mine absolutely slaughter their way through the sick, so that's not a problem. I'm going to disband you. That's even more sick for us. And I still want the rest of those prosthetics done. The homes for everybody done, and done. And once you are ready, I'm going to send out these 10 brave souls to get us more food, because even at this point I do want to touch more. 372 is only 2 days of rations, and I need to survive 1, 2, 3, 4 days before we get that big melting point. What are you up to? Oh, the yellow flag. I don't know if yellow flag has steam cores. It does not, so just grab what you can and come on back. It might have seemed like a long way to send somebody just to grab a few resources, but consider that's 5 people. And let's say they're traveling for 3 days even. 52 steel and 29 wood and 9 raw food. 5 people couldn't generate that back home. Maybe they could under ultra tech highest tier buildings, but I don't think so. And even so, they did it without costing me food or sickness. They do still use up housing, but that's not a problem. Right, another day, another shift, that's life. Back to work there. I even have some spare regular Joes. You go there, and I'll keep 14 on the back burner. We're actually at the point where we can enjoy just generally keeping unemployment, because there's always going to be sick people, unless you get to the ultra late game where you keep everybody comfortably heated at all times. Which is also impossible, because when the big storm hits, there's no way to keep people's houses definitely warm enough. Yeah, those people are just going to die in the storm, not my problem. Hope all goes away because of the storm. I never passed the patrol law, did I? Well, you know what? It doesn't look like we need it. We're just barely hanging on to hope. Well, good for me. If only the children's shelter was working. There we go. Children's shelter operational should improve the efficiency of our infirmaries as well. Are the 2 new gathering posts outside of the hub range? Nope. You can see an outline glow on anything that's inside the range. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You could actually have 8 hubs, 8 gathering posts on this, but since I have an automaton working on one of them, he's pretty good at gathering up that coal. And these coal piles get pretty big. Actually, how does he have access to 2,600 coal? How do they all have access to 2,600 coal? I think I've somehow managed to make multi-piles of coal here, which shouldn't be possible. It's probably when there's an existing coal patch and you build a steam thumper on top of it, it doubles up. Cool. See, I even learned something new about this game, and that's unlikely. Snug as a bug, and we're capped on wood, so up we go. Still hungry people, not necessarily my problem, because the cookhouse can work in -70. No need for a city must survive just yet. The storm is not yet here. Guard station's going to need heated up though. And we're in a wonderful situation where we make more coal than we consume. That's going to change when we activate the even stronger generator. So we need to think what to do about that. Stuck automaton. Shut down the steel steamworks and repurpose the automaton to work somewhere. I want a gathering post there, and you're going to work one of them. There we go. And with that thing going up, the consumption... Wait, I thought the consumption was going to go up. Well, swell, if we're still in a surplus at this point, we are good as gravy. Let's make our automatons work harder. I played Anno 1800, I beat the game and I didn't think it was very fun, and then I was told I wasn't playing it right. There's been an accident! Someone got hurt! So this is an annoying event, but it will happen when you make your automatons stronger. They start crushing people. And either you keep your automatons extra fast, and it's honestly the better choice, because people get their limbs crushed, but you just replace them with your extra resources you make from your better automatons. It's only 10 steel, 5 steel if you get better prosthetics. But I'm building a nice place here, so we'll slow down the automatons. That's going to stop people having their legs break off. Let's grab ourselves a few extra prosthetics just in case. But yeah, that does slow down your generation of resources from your automatons. This used to be 3.3 per hour, now it is not. You're also ultra capped on resources there. I'm just going to kick you out if you have so much. Yeah, wow, I can't believe I'm facing a surplus of coal. It's been a good run. I really thought I was going to be messing everything up. Because, hey, remembering all this stuff ain't easy. But I guess I'm just too damn good. Right, on you go. We clearly want more of that coal coming out until this is able to work. And spare workers. I'm not going to put there because it's very cold. Instead, I'm going to pull you out of there, move you here, turn this thing on, and on. And that keeps everybody plucking coal nice and warm and working fast. Excellent setup. This isn't quite Utopia. The Utopia run we had was a lot more stringent. We didn't have order in that one, for one. It was religion. There was no emergency shift, no extended shift, no food additives, no radical treatment, no overcrowding, no corpse disposal, no organ transplants. It was rough. Difference is, though, people died in Utopia. I believe 7 people died to build Utopia. And if I hadn't followed it up by doing the child labor only run, it would have been the hardest run I've ever done. But I did, so it wasn't. Pub's going to be too cold to work from now on, so sorry pub, off you go. Work, work, nothing but work. This place is killing us slowly with despair. Okay, so they clearly don't think it's much of a utopia. And it's getting even colder. However, it's very survivable because we invested in high-level generator and building bunkhouses for everybody. So actually, even as the storm comes, we're going to be snug as a bug. I feel good about this run. Real good. 40 vacant beds. That means I could tear down 2 houses.
Come, lads. We must work harder.
Alright, we actually have all prosthetics done, so I can tear down the factory. And I think I actually will. Tear down 2 homes and build an additional infirmary. Heavens knows we have the resources for it. And our good friends the scouts are back. They've been out there for weeks, so they can finally take off their frost-covered gloves and rejoin society. And no, not that. Although, maybe that. It's a little tempting to have our care house. Actually, no, we don't need a care house anymore because there is nobody gravely ill, there is nobody amputated, and there's no intention to ever have anybody like that ever again. Said I was never going to take you off the wood, but I'm actually struggling to think of any need for as much wood as I have. Same could be said for the coal easily enough. I do like wood a lot, so when in doubt, spend that wood on resource depots. And still yell at robots. Always yell at robots. Sir, an engineer is here to see you. He has a letter. My workers asked me to deliver this. They're plain people, so it reads like bad poetry. Here's the gist of it. They want to thank you. Damn right. They like the fact that automatons have to do this crushingly cold work, and they don't have to. Speaking of, engineers plucking coal when they could be working elevated jobs fit to their status? Not on my watch. There we go. The tech that you unlock through event, you can bypass a whole tech level that you don't need to actually grab for, which is useful. Otherwise, I am sorely troubled at trying to find things to even research to keep us going here. I guess cookhouse insulation is nice in a pinch, but at this point it's now nice to have techs, not, oh god, we need this or else we die. Which I think is a great way that this game moves forward. At the start, you're like, okay, this, that, and that, and then after a few days, you're like, oh, Crivens, I need everything, and I need it yesterday. And then the better you fight, the sooner you get out of that hole. And if you fight poorly, you actually end up falling deeper into the hole. I like it. Although I totally understand if people don't like the kinds of games where you just keep on falling, 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 but I like it in this. Old homes, I don't care how good things are, you never make that promise. Need extra space for coal, need extra space for wood and other goodies. I don't know why you're not fully maxed out on people there, but there you go. Now they are churning through that coal like nobody's business. This is good. Hell, this is great. Right, bring on the storm. I could not be more ready for it. I could, but not reasonably. It's day 26, the second storm approaches. The flying hunters can no longer flying hunt, so better take them back or else they just sit and work and freeze themselves to death. If you want to run yourself a hands-off run of this, you actually you should heat your hunter hangars, because otherwise the people will go and stand around during the storm and freeze to death. And in a hands-off, you don't want to keep going and hitting these all the time. So there's a slight problem here, and that's that I have a cookhouse that isn't operating. But it's so warm. It is so warm I can operate a cookhouse during the storm. Unthinkable. Except everybody's busy resting. How about some engineers? No, they're busy eating. Even so, once they've had their nosh, during a -80 storm, I can still have people shoveling all that cellulose into your food. Is cellulose the right word? I think it is. I know the right word isn't cellulite. Oh right, there's a small problem with these guys freezing. I didn't put these in a nice warm area, but I don't think I care enough to. You know what? We can say that we're going to turn off all the extended shifts. We are that comfortable. Let the automatons work in the cold, harsh environments and the long hours. We still make a mega surplus. Even like this. I would break the promise if I ever turned it back on, but I would never break a promise like that. Even the guard station is nice and cushy. Trust me, cushy is a real word spoken by real people. And sure, it's not the warmest situation right now, but it's completely survivable. In fact, if I got the next storm right now, which goes down to a -100, I'd still be able to survive it, because we can have the infirmaries operate at 20 degrees lower. Basically what I'm saying is, I've still got the touch. I wouldn't say I was anxious about it, but there was this thought in my head of, what if I fire up Frostpunk? and I'm miserably bad at the game. That's what would happen if I fired up EU4 right now. But it's good to see when it comes to Frostpunk, this game can't touch me. I think there are 2 times I've been defeated at Frostpunk. Once was... what the heck was it? My first attempt at child labour. Oh, and my first attempt at Utopia, so twice. Child labour, Utopia, and Lawless mode. All 3 of those defeated me. 2 of those I came back and defeated. Lawless mode I don't think is possible. You cannot overcome the lack of hope that triggers every storm. You need laws to get hope. There are 2 other things that can get around hope. One is immigrants and the other is events. I haven't found a way to exploit the event, and you can't rely on immigrants. Helps that unlike EU4, the game doesn't get updates. Does EU4 still get real game-altering updates? I don't want to say game-changing, since that makes it sound like they're huge, but still. I haven't touched EU4 in years now. It does? Well, fancy that. These poor buggers being very cold. Even so, though. Even so. Look at how nice and warm it is here. And you know what? We can make it even warmer. That kind of looked like it didn't heat anything because of the people leaving work. And that they turned off their heaters for that. But trust me, it was good. And once we finish all this, people are going to end up being so hot they're going to get heat stroke. We've got loads of food. We're almost packed on coal, on wood, on steel. We don't have any steam cores, but we could easily disassemble what we have to get some of them back. So much damn food, even some spare prosthetics. Nobody amputated, nobody horribly ill. Clogged pipes not even a consideration. And it is so hot in here. People are boiling alive. Yep, I think we're done here. Ah. I know I've said it a million times before, but I'm done with Frostpunk. This was just coming back to it to remind myself what I love about survival city building, and to cleanse out the awful taste of having played IXION, because it really wasn't good for me, that game. It's not going to stop people coming to the stream and asking, but at least now we have an answer. Yes, I've streamed IXION. No, I don't like it. Please stop asking. You gotta be patient though. Might be the 50th time I hear it, but it's the first time they ask. Right, we're done. I will be back tomorrow with a very unorthodox stream. I'm going to try running Factorio, There Is No Spoon. I won't succeed because I'm not good at the game, but I want to try, and I want to get better at playing the game fast. But following up from that, Baron is going to take over the channel and stream the next session of the Xenonauts. He'll be taking over that awesome save that we had prepared, where, you know, the whole run went flawlessly, and surely he will build upon that success. But until tomorrow's streams, is a cheers and very much a cheerio.
Workday end. It's time for rest. Order, people. Let's march to work.